welcome everyone to the afternoon session of the Blueprint for Peace for Humanity. It's day 11 on Tuesday, July 18th, 2017. And I think we'll carry on basically where we left off from the morning session. And we have to check in and see if our letter is completed yet for the invitation for leaders around the world to sign the World Peace Treaty. Okay, do we have information on that? Can someone inform?
We received the access just not that long ago, so we are still working on the document and be working on in the background while we perform the broadcast.
All right, we'll get just-in-time delivery at some point. Okay. Is there anyone that would like to continue with the line of thought from the earlier presentation today? Okay. Is there anything we need to talk through about the letter in the foreground here, or is it all clear in the background as far as working on the edit? Can we assume that's all just going on seamlessly in the background, as they say?
I think unless we ask for some help, then yes.
Okay, good. Okay, does anyone have a particular subject or topic in relation to this Blueprint for Peace for Humanity to lead off our discussion here, so we can have some framework to continue with? We were discussing earlier about the connection between our connectedness to the rest of the universe and this idea of peace for humanity. And we also connected that with the idea of our own changing ourselves by looking inside and working with our own emotions and thoughts and so on to create our own world, in effect. Well, and someone's got to help me here. I need a little fleshing out of these ideas. Does anyone have any more they can add to that? If you're an attendee, you can put up your hand and I can invite you in as a panelist where you can actually speak. And for people on live stream and other places, you can access the Zoom room, which is where we're doing the live speaking in. And that link is found in the Facebook links for the Blueprint for Peace for Humanity, and also in some of the website and other places where the links are found.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. This is Justin. I'm wondering if we may have any of the news Mr. Kesh was hoping to try to give out today on what he was excited about yesterday. It sounded, and I can only assume at this point without really knowing, were maybe it was related to the Chinese leader. Is there anybody has any idea what he was so excited about yesterday to bring to the table today?
I don't believe he was bringing it to the table today. He was advising us of something that might happen today, or at that point. So he will bring it up when he is able to or willing to provide us the information.
Thank you.
I'm wondering if there's any news events that have occurred in the last day or two that would be relevant toward the peace process.
I do have a piece of news that we just released on the Keshe Foundation USA store, the new dynamic reactor sets that people have been wanting. They are now available for purchase on the USA store.
Oh, okay. Maybe we could show an image of that. Do you have the link there, Vince?
I also shared the link on our Keshe Foundation's page on Facebook. So you can now see the links to the store for those products on the Facebook page.
Okay. And just get that up here. All right, we can see. Let me just try to make it a bit bigger. Maybe. Okay, you can see under the, this is the Keshe Foundation store at USA store.keshefoundation.org/store/product/single reactor kit. But you can find this will be on the first page of the Keshe Foundation store, the Keshe Foundation USA, that is. And you can see KFUSA experiment equipment, single dynamic reactor kit, and star formation dynamic reactor kits. That's great. Excellent.
So we are providing, or I guess John is providing those products as a full kit. So they are both dual core systems. You can choose to use the which cores that you want to use to put the systems together. So you can make it a single or dual core. He also is including the wall plug adapter for both systems as well to plug into the motor controller that you can see there in the front. And those can also be battery operated. And I do want to say that the batteries for the systems, they don't have them available, but they'll provide you where you can get them, or if you can get a different a battery type to match what is available or what is required on the system. So the wall plug should be plugged into a MagRav. He says you should still see some effect with certain types of loadings on if you plug it into the house mains. But of course, we've heard from Mr. Keshe of how that does drain the plasma from the systems. whatever you might create, it does drain it as well. So you'd have to do that on your own.
Oh, this is great. I like it. It's excellent. Very nice. I'll be ordering from this site today. One of these Starship configurations. Star Formation Dynamic Reactor Kit is the official name. You can see some of the parts there.
They don't come pre-assembled, and they unfortunately don't offer assembly. So the assembly has to be done from the experimenter.
And we should say that the key word here is experimental, and so we get to experiment with them, and the idea being that if you see something that's a weakness in the product, then you can modify it and add to the knowledge and then make a better product out of it by, giving feedback back to them and so on. And together we can create an even better creations of this as we go along, I think.
Well, I just imagine the amount that people will get and start loading, and the different combinations of loadings that will be throughout the world with these simple products, right? As in, we no longer have to source everything ourselves. It's all right here. This is something that we've been asking for a long time, to be able to have something that we can just load with GANs and keep going. So this is great to see from the Keshe Foundation USA.
Plug and play, load and go, basically. Yeah, and now we have a standardized device, because it's kind of hard when everybody has different ways of doing things and different mounting techniques and different glues that are used and different everything sort of all these variables enter into it. If we have a consistent base to operate out of.
And not only that, but this was designed with the help of Armin. So we know that it's a good product for plasma.
Can we put a sticker on Armin recommended product or something like that? Armin inside.
Yeah, like the Intel inside.
Yeah. Okay, that's really nice to see.
Is there
Okay, thank you.
assembly
Yeah, I didn't want to take
instructions?
too much time away from the peace process, but those just got released, so I wanted to make sure people were aware.
Well, and we can definitely tie it into the peace process. I mean, the last time, well, that was what, two years ago when the 129 Tesla tests were being done, or is that 3 years now?
Yeah, there's
Time has gone by.
there's no question that the fields that are provided from reactors that are loaded can, let's say, interconnect with each other no matter what direction or distance they are from each other. And we proved that with
Exactly.
here. So loading is important, and by having something that is available just to be able to start working with it is fantastic, because the loading is important. And I don't think people should expect that the first time they load it that they're going to experience the same results. Listen to teachings, understand what is being said about how to load it and with what, and I'm sure that people will start to see some very good benefits. And the fields from the system, as if they are interconnecting, doesn't matter with distance, then that means they're being provided to the rest of the world as well. So hopefully a really good loading will affect the whole humanity.
Yeah, and I would add to that we actually become the reactor, and we interact with these devices so that when we were doing that experiment, for example, with the 129 Tesla, and several of us around the world had MagRav configurations similar to this that were rotating with our GANSes and whatnot, or just spheres, I think, in some cases. But I think we had GANSes loaded in. And we felt a connection with each other at certain points, at least during this exercise, and a connection especially with the main reactor setup that Mr. Keshe had set up, that was in the middle of this the famous 129 Tesla magnetic field being generated, a pulse that was actually basically a world record in magnetic pulse that was generated by that unit at that time. But we felt that it was not that magnetic field that was important. The important thing is that we felt this interconnectedness, and there were certain things that occurred during that time where I definitely got a message that, whoa, we really are connected. Certain coincidences and so on. That there was a definite connection. Now, part of that might be in the loading and so on, but a lot of it is just in. I think we could have even an empty reactor rotating as long as we use that as the means to allow our emotion to flow through. It's actually our own.
That's a really good point right there.
That's important.
That it's not that the fact that it's the loading, it's the fact that it's how you think you're loading it so that it affects what your intention is.
Yes.
So really exactly. A way to get to yourself and not
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that exactly. And so in that sense, you could probably even, and in fact you can, mock it up as a visualization in your own mind. Say you were, locked away in a room somewhere and you had no MagRavs, you had no devices as such. But what if you just visualize the Starship configuration, or the basic 4-reactor combination with the free plasma in the center of all these reactors, and maybe just through the visualization of that, and together with the intention, would be probably more than enough to connect with others, even though you would be in a room by yourself somewhere with nothing in it.
I would like to, if he's listening, because I don't see him here, if Alex is around, if he could come in and speak to us, because I think he's had some really good experiences with loadings of different Starship formations that he has created, that I think he could enlighten a few people of what experiences he has regarding his Starship formations and what can we look for here.
Yeah, so the idea where it really ties into this idea of peace, because of the connectedness, the idea of connecting to others, and what is that connecting force? And I think that's ties into what we loosely term as humans the word love. And if love was maybe the attracting force, maybe it's the it's attracting and repelling, I suppose, depending on your point of view. But it's definitely a connecting force in the universe, and it applies on many different levels. And part of that is this connection that people have for their MagRav units, especially with the loading involving the zinc GANs and the CO2 GANs, because that has the real connection to the physicality part of the soul, basically, the soul working through the physicality. Our brain has lots of zinc and so on. It's part of that. I guess it's probably more like the plasma strength of the zinc and the CO2 GANs that we're looking at to work with inside of ourselves, that connecting sort of what you call it, connecting formula. What is involved with connecting? Besides one's intention, what is the actual science behind it? What is the if we increase the zinc strength of the plasma inside of ourselves, would we feel more of a connection, for example? And if people on the planet get more of that zinc level of plasmatic energy, would they feel the connection more? And if so, when people feel a connection with others, then they tend to understand them better, number one, which leads to less argument and less conflict, which means you can see your way through peace rather than the disconnected attitude of aggression and war and taking control of others and that kind of thing. So definitely these reactor combinations can work toward world peace. Okay, is there anything else about that or any other news that we'd like to share right now?
Rick, one of the things that we are supposed to do is to teach in our languages so that people understand the science, and then that brings about peace. So a few days ago, we talked about translating the piece of the division of the neutron, and it's already posted on YouTube. So how about if you showed some of the translations that are complete? Then people will learn from here, and whoever sees what has been translated can go ahead and tell others.
Okay, do you have those links? Or where are
Thank
they?
you very much. Yes, Flint may be in a position to know exactly which ones are translated and probably show them, or give them to you and for you to show.
Yeah, you have the link there.
Thank you very much.
So are you talking about on the Gachwa, are you talking about on the closed captions, you mean?
The division of the neutron that was translated into various languages. A few people offered to translate into their languages, and it's already posted, so the languages that are already translated can be shown. if
Can
you
be
like.
shown where? In the closed captions, you mean?
Flint would know better than I do. Flint, would you please help? Thank you.
Okay.
You just click on the gear there and
Yeah. Okay. Let me
show the different subtitles there.
select so we can hear the sound.
Perhaps,
I guess.
Perhaps Flint, you can tell him from Amara which ones have been completed so that he can.
Oh, they all show there in the subtitles.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. There we go. I see.
Rick, you might want to change your screen share.
I thought I already did once or twice here. Okay.
Maybe just stop it and try it again.
Here we go. I think.
Oh, yep, that's better. Thank you.
All right. Good. That's why people couldn't see what I saw. All right. There we go. So this is the division of the neutron. It's an excerpt from the Blueprint for Peace for Humanity. Day, it's too long, day 8 a.m. Okay, let me play through and I'll just cycle through some of the languages as we listen to Mr. Kesh talk about this.
That the process of the division of the neutron for the first time we can explain, that is the center of neutron itself. As you look at the structure of the cores, rotating cores, which they have a center, and the fields, and then you have the matter states or the Ganser state. As by rotation you create a center, the way we have seen and we explained in the structure of the soul of the man, in the brain of the man. Now we understand the center of the neutron is the same, and he has a center, where by the change of the fields in his environment, then the center divides, and the balance of the energy, what is left here, becomes the proton, and what is in the center is electron, with a higher power that it can carry on with its random motion. In fact, if we look, we understand the whole three are the same. In the life of the man, when the blood circulation, which is surrounding the brain of the man, changes through the misfunctioning or a stoppage of the heart, the environment changes and forces the release of the soul into a new dimension. So the creation of the soul and the division, or the not the creation, the release of the soul from the central structure of the physicality of the man, the same way as a neutron division, which is electron and proton, is exactly the same. And then, as I explained, if you remember, some of us who did the test, creating deliberately a center core, a second core, and a third core, or we had a center core created in the middle, we have found some of our cores have disappeared, or we have lost them, we cannot find them. They have gone through the same process, where the field forces in the surrounding has forced the trajectory process. So in all three, the creation of the release of the solar man and the division of the neutron are in the same as with the cores, where we see the release of the inner core is all the same. Now we understand. But now once we understood this, and we can elevate the knowledge of the man, we can dictate on the direction of this trajectory, or on the direction of the release of what you call the electron. This gives man a new dimension in the world of physics, a new understanding, and this will be written in the books of physics as a new chapter, going further into the structure of the material, going further in the structure of the plasma technology. As I said, plasma technology is the next step after atomic and nuclear. Now we spoke with the fields, now we have to speak. When we say nuclear, it means we deal with the nucleus. Now we are going inside the nucleus, and we have parallels, so we can relate one to another. We can go from macro to micro. We can go from the brain of the man into the neutron structure and the man-made system, which confirms and complies with the same rules and regulations in the space. This is what, as I said, will shock the world of nuclear physics. For the first time, not only we say neutron is a plasma, electron is a plasma, proton is a plasma, we can show the birth of proton and electron. We can show how and where they are. In fact, it's the center itself which, due to the change in the surrounding, in the strength, gets released. And as it's released, trying to find a new balance, it creates a new life for itself. And this comes back to be the same. That's why we see not much change in the size of the electron, proton and neutron. Because it's the center which has changed, and now this in rotation and the forces from this have to create a second process. And this will go on. It's the same as the creation of life on this planet and the universe. But if we understand and we can dictate the direction of the flow of the release of even our own spaceship within the plasma which we created, where we make our craft to be the center with the massive field forces around it and dictating the release direction, we can travel the spans of universe beyond imagination of the mind. And this is where we are going to. But at the same time, once we understand this, it opens a new era in the world of the peace. With this, we can release so much energy that no weapon, present weapon made by man, will be able to stand the energy release at this level, be it electron or proton. So if I change my jacket doesn't disappear. It becomes a jacket of a aircraft carrier. The central depletes all energy from every element. Now you understand. We said when we put an item in our mouth, the minute it enters the mouth of the man, because of the Gans condition of the body of man, it starts behaving as a Gans and not as matter.
Oh, okay, there you have it. We have languages of Arabic, Bulgarian, English, French, German, Norwegian, Polish, and Swahili at this point. And if anybody would like to volunteer to translate videos like this or other transcriptions, please feel free to sign up as a volunteer at the Keshe Foundation. I think you have to go through the human resources section of the website to actually sign up.
Just KFSSI/volunteer.
Okay.
KFSSI/org/volunteer.
And I want to say that what appears as Swahili is actually Gikuyu, but Gikuyu is not one of the languages offered by Google. So it's not Swahili, that the translation is in Gikuyu. But
okay, thank you for clarifying that.
If anybody can have Google include other languages, that would be very, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. And if I may also say that, thank you very much to all those who have translated and to those who will be translating. And as an example of how to teach in our languages, already those who have translated have a complete lesson that they can teach for months and months to different groups in their own languages. And this may show us how to proceed from here. We can select parts, the gems that Mr. Keshe teaches. He teaches everything is important, but according to your choice, if you wanted to teach something, you can just take a few minutes, translate, and then teach over a long period to very many groups within your communities. Thank you very much indeed.
The Vietnamese language is under the quote unquote Swahili.
What you saw under Swahili is not Vietnamese, it's Gikuyu.
No, I think
But,
there was one more language underneath of the Swahili there. Was there not, Rick?
That may be possible.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that now. The Vietnamese. Well, we'll have to show that a little bit here, I guess. So we just review a little bit of Vietnamese.
Nations in the
Thank you
space.
for that, Mark.
This is what, as I said, will shock the world of nuclear physics. For the first time, not only we say neutron is a plasma, electron is a plasma, proton is a plasma, we can show the birth of proton and electron. We can show how and where they are. In fact, it's the center itself which, due to the change in the surrounding, in the strength, gets released. And it's released trying to find a new balance. It creates a new life for itself. And this comes back to be the same. That's why we see not much change in the size of the electron, proton and neutron. Because it's the center which has changed. And now this in rotation and the forces from this have to create a second process. And this will.
Okay, so that just shows some of the Vietnamese there that was on the bottom of the list. All right. Very good. Let me show the, where is it? There it is. I think it's that one. Oh, it's the wrong one. This one. Okay, I think I got it this time. There we go. This is the site that... Is that the site you were recommending, Vince, in that short little kfssi.org/volunteer?
Yeah, because it just redirects you to the proper support forms.
I see. Okay. Good. So that's an easy one for people to remember. It's kfssi.org/volunteer. And you can go there and sign up with your expertise contribution form and submit that if you would like to be a volunteer and help out with the translations, transcribing. And we could also mention we need graphic artists and animators and such forth for website work and for helping out with some of the promotional videos and other activities that are going on. So it's a good chance now for people to get involved with the Keshe Foundation through volunteering your time and expertise. Anything else you'd like to add about that, Vince?
No, I've sent you the banner that you can put up so that it shows exactly what we're looking for at the moment. But really, any contribution that you can provide in what that is your expertise, and you want to provide your time to the foundation, please do so, because we go through the application forms as they come in and get you try to get you set up as soon as we can to get you doing what you want to do for the foundation and humanity. So please, if you have any of the talents listed here, We're looking for them specifically, but if you have any contribution that you think you could offer to the foundation, try to be as specific as you can so that we can know where to allocate those resources that you can provide. Thank you.
Vince, hi, good evening. Is it possible to copy the link of the 2 pages in the chat room so people can just copy the links, then they can send them out? Thank you.
Rick, are you still there?
Sorry, I had the mic off and only on live stream. I was just asking if there's any other news or anything else that we need to present about this part. And if not, is there any news about the letter that we need to get out? Is that getting closer to being done?
Still working on it.
Hey, hello.
Hello?
Hello, it's Pia. I just want to ask you if there is a special site for the except videos, or is the videos connected to the other workshop?
For which videos, pardon me?
The except the specified video, you make a shorter version.
Excerpt.
Yes,
Oh,
exactly. Thank you.
okay. Right, yeah. I can make that link available.
Yes, it is another playlist in the YouTube channel.
Okay, so they are mixed up with the other workshops videos.
Well, yeah, if you go to our YouTube channel, go to playlists, it is another playlist there. I forget what it's called.
Okay, it's just because it's so easy. Just if you want to translate a video, the shorter versions, so it could be easy just to go there quick and find the small videos.
Yeah. I'll give you a link here, Rick, really quick. It's called Public Teachings in English Extracts.
Extra, okay, I see.
Or extracts. Kind of a weird word, but just got a few videos in there now.
I actually think it could be a good way to quick to get some information out for the mass teachings, to do more with those small videos.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. That's the best way to get it out, and nicely produced short videos are way more likely to go viral than the longer videos, even though the longer ones may have all the information and data in them. They still won't go viral just because they're too long. And the short ones can be short and to the point and get something across much better than a longer video. So this is what we need to do, is have more people take excerpts or extracts of these of the longer videos of our workshops and of the Blueprint for Peace series and so on. And yeah, if we can get people to think about that, if you're a graphic artist or a video person, and even if you just do it on a strictly amateur basis, perhaps there's some part of the Keshe teaching that's gotten your eye or ear, let's say, and maybe you can produce it in a short video, 5 minutes or less, that would explain that particular idea, that one concept that's trying to be presented. And if that can be supported with, other pictures or having the text written out, like the transcript, and especially in all the languages and so on, if that can be done on some short 5 minute or less videos, and we can start getting them out to the public, and there's a chance that some of them might go viral and really help to get the teaching out there in a faster way.
Yes, exactly. This could be a great appetite starter for people.
Yeah, it's a great way to help the whole movement of what the Keshe organization represents. Okay. Do you have any new topic to introduce here while we wait for the letter?
Rick here, John is here. I was listening to when you were translating the material, and listening to the concept that whatever we put into our body, which is in a plasmatic mode, turns into a plasma. You're in a condition of doing some tests. If you have a reactor with plasma in it and sort of put any material inside, be it hydrogen or any other product, does it turn to plasma in a plasmatic form?
What do you mean having a reactor with plasma inside? What do you mean by that?
Well, the reactor would be the strongest way of having a plasma working. And if you put another material inside, be it in a matter state, would it turn into a plasma state?
From my understanding, it's more the other way around. If you have a plasma and you introduce the matter level stuff, then the plasma gets absorbed by the matter level stuff, and that can stop the reaction inside the reactor. For example, if you look at the original patent of Mr. Keshe and the European patent application, then you'll see a number of spheres with showing layers of gases in the rotating spheres, and those gases are there to both feed the reaction in the center, where all the free plasma is operating, but at the same time, the gases protect the walls of the reactor such that the active core plasma does not touch the walls of the reactor, because if it touches the walls of the reactor, the matter level walls of the reactor, then it stops the reaction, stops the plasma process. So how do you stop plasma from touching the walls of a reactor? Well, you have to line the walls with something that either repels plasma or is made of plasma or has some sort of fields that contains the plasma. But to introduce a bunch of matter level stuff that is basically a contaminant for plasma. Now, if you're talking about really strong fields, like, for example, the plasma of the sun, try introducing some matter to the, that kind of level of plasma, and it will surely disintegrate. If it was, comparing, you could put the entire planet Earth into the sun and it would probably, disintegrate into its component parts because of the difference in field strength of the sun versus the matter level of the Earth. But if you're trying to create a tiny little sun inside your reactor and you're just getting it started and it's just being born and it's just having the reaction starting, then any heavy matter level stuff will tend to snuff that out very quickly because it can't get going. You can't have that plasma form unless it's in its own sort of vacuum condition. As soon as the matter level gets in there, it's the same as creating just a regular plasma inside of a vacuum chamber. If you've got a bunch of matter level stuff, it'll interfere or at least interact with the formation of that plasma.
But you just given the example of the sun. If we put matter into a sun, you said it disintegrates, but in what form would it disintegrate? In a matter state or in a plasmatic state?
Well, it would turn into a plasmatic state is the way I understand it.
Well, then that's what the concept I was trying to put forward.
Yeah, and the concept I'm trying to tell you is that if you're doing that in a reactor, you don't have a full-blown sun the size of the sun. You've got a tiny wee little beginning sun trying to be born as a sun, let's say.
Well, fine, yeah.
And that can be extinguished immediately, very easily, because we don't normally have suns in our, plasmatic, in our condition here on planet Earth.
Yeah, but how do we turn whatever we put into our mouth into plasma immediately?
Well, we don't turn it into plasma immediately. We turn it into GANs immediately.
Oh, well, GANs, that's what I meant, yeah.
Well, okay, then what happens to the GANs inside our body? Then it turns to plasma inside the body. That's when the energy is released, but not until it goes through that digestion process. So, for example, if we were to take a glass of water or a mouthful of food and we start working it with our digestive juices and so on, it immediately becomes gansified. It becomes a GANS product rather than the matter level that it starts out as. So then the GANS works its way through our digestive system, turns into the plasma where the energy is extracted from it, and then goes back into GANS, and then finally comes out the other end as the matter level again.
May I analyze what you just said? Energy is extracted, or it just transfers energy and it also keeps its own energy. Energy only transforms itself, it doesn't disappear.
Right. So the energy of the GANs, you might say, is transformed into plasma for use in our body. So that's how everything runs. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes. I'm analyzing the different steps in my mind, and sort of if one talks it with somebody else, you sort of analyze it from another point of view, and something new may crop up. That's my way of looking at it.
Right. So, I mean, you could look at the process in more detail if we wish to. I'm not sure if it's relevant to our discussion on peace, but everything is relevant in one way or another.
I had a discussion some time ago with somebody here in Spanish. He was saying he was making a lot of tritium, and I said, "How are you making it?" And he said, "I'm just putting hydrogen into a GANs and into a vortex and transforming it." And I said, "Well, I doubt about that, but well, now I'm sort of thinking of the different ways one could make different materials." With one, it's you can't replicate GANs, but we've got to find a way of transforming it, as you say, inside our body. With making it now, make an equivalent process which we could make these materials.
Well, that's part of the transformation that's going on the planet, is learning how to transmute energies and materials and form new elements and whatnot.
Yes, exactly. You've said the correct word. I mean, if we're all transmuting materials in our long bones, and the animals are doing this also, nature should be able to do it in some other process. I imagine the trees and the plants do the same thing.
Well, yeah, trees actually levitate when you think about it. What starts out as a seed at ground level ends up being as much as 20 tons, 100 feet up off the surface of the planet. So in the life of that tree, it's elevated itself. It's many tons of weight. It's elevated many, meters up in the air. And that's quite a miracle when you think about it. And trees that's what they naturally do, is they're anti-gravity devices. They actually always grow against gravity. You don't see trees growing downward normally or sideways unless they're really forced into it. But they want to go vertical as fast as they can. They reach for the sky. They don't fool around about that. They're very serious about going as fast as they can toward the sky, each plant.
Yes, the capillary action of the juices also. They can go up to 100 meters, and if you think of it, you can't pump water up over 10 meters because of your vacuum you produce, but the capillary action carries the juices 100 meters up. So you're quite right there. There's sort of a anti-gravity action there.
Okay. What else would we like to talk about here?
I have a suggestion, Rick. Hello, this is Alberto
Hi, Alberto.
from the United States. How about, has anybody built a star formation that is based on free plasma? I wouldn't know where to begin with that, so I'm
What do you
asking
mean?
others.
What do you mean based on free plasma? They're all based on free plasma.
Well, what I'm talking about is you have a star formation and you have the free plasma in the middle. But what if you took the free plasma in the middle as your base and you make enough star formations around it so that you have 4 free plasmas per star formation? That's what I'm talking about. So you actually have a whole bunch of star formations to get a star formation made of free plasmas.
Right, yeah, that's one way you can have like a control system. You control the free plasma with other free plasmas, essentially.
Yeah. So you would have
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, no, you go ahead.
Okay. So we would have a free plasma made by 4 free plasmas. So we have something very special there in the middle.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you have 2 reactors, you have a free plasma in the middle. If you have 3 reactors, you have a free plasma in the middle. If you have 4 reactors, you have 4 free plasma in the middle. If you have 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, you still have a free plasma in the middle. So possibly having 4 free plasmas in a certain configuration might interact with each other in a special way to produce another type of free plasma. But all of those reactors will probably be interacting with each other in a way. Perhaps not if we can keep them contained.
Yeah. So if anybody's played with that idea, I'd like to hear about it.
It would be a sort of a flower of life in 3 dimensions.
It would be beautiful, wouldn't it?
Well, certainly the Keshe Foundation has experimented with different configurations, and Mr. Keshe has had, I don't know, up to a dozen or so reactors all working simultaneously in different configurations. So that's, you know, he works with that in terms of the free plasma would be operating from each of these reactors and working on the bigger picture, the greater field, you might say.
Well, one of the things that comes to mind is that, remember the Coca-Cola bottle reactors? They have inside, once we make those, they have inside a plasma of deuterium. So I'm wondering if we take 4 of those bottles and put them in a star formation, we have the plasma already of the deuterium in each one of them. But to make it work, we would need 4 different size bottles. The top one would be number 1, and then the second size one, and the third and the fourth on the bottom. And that way we could have a very nice interaction and create a very nice a free plasmatic field in the middle. Now, if we can build 4 of those, or 16 of those, or as many as we can get, it would be very cheap. Doesn't cost very much money at all. We'd have to buy that. We'd have to drink a lot of Coca-Cola, I guess. But then we can use the bottles. Oh, yeah, we have to be careful not to put our mouths to the bottle. We have to empty it into a cup. Otherwise, we change the structure of the bottle inside, and it's not going to work. So if we can have 4 different size bottles of Coca-Cola, and we create this free plasma reactor, it doesn't even have to move. We just place them properly. We make sure that they're secure, and then we make 4 sets of those, and then we would have a beautiful, beautiful free plasma energy right in the center of all of that. It's just an idea.
Can you demonstrate by annotations that may help, please? So instead of saying we place one here, then we see where you are placing it. Thank you.
Maybe I can do that. It's going to take me a few minutes to get the computer up and running.
I can make an annotation screen if you want to
That'd be
annotate
great.
on it.
Yeah, go ahead. That would help.
Okay, just reshare, make sure it's sharing. You see the whiteboard there?
Yes.
Okay, you should be able to annotate on that if you wish.
Oh, okay.
You see the annotate bar? Toolbar like?
I'm almost there. I'm waking up my computer. It's like me, it needs more coffee. Okay, so I can draw on that? That'd be great.
Yeah, if you select the annotate, and there's a draw tool that you can format with the format tool.
Alrighty. So we have a little Coca-Cola bottle here. Oops, what did I do? Okay, still there.
Yeah,
Good.
It's there.
Alrighty. Then we have a bigger one here. That one's too far down. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, we can see it. It's okay.
Okay. Then we have an even bigger one over here. We have 4 sizes. Why the 4 sizes? Because we need 4 different mass levels. And we need them preferably to be 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I'm not sure that okay, let's see. Can I bring that up anyway? Not sure I can.
Can you do what?
It's I think it's too low, but you know what? I'll just keep on going. Okay. And then there's a huge one over. Oh, that one didn't come out right.
Right, that last one didn't quite come out right.
How do I erase it?
There's an eraser function, and you could also undo. So you could undo, it should take out your last line.
Oh yeah, I'm understanding Mr. Kesh now, and when he was learning how to do this thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy.
Oops.
Oops.
Was that the clear?
Well, let's start. I guess I did. Okay, let me get a full screen here because that's part of the problem. I don't have a full screen.
I think that was your practice run. We support you. We know how hard that is.
Oh, thank you.
You can redo, and then everything comes back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. little bottle here. A bigger bottle here. Okay, I'll try to hurry up. I appreciate all you guys' patience. Okay.
Okay, so we see the 4 cola bottle set up here.
Yes. Okay. So I'm trying to raise the little bottle, put it on top of those other 3 over there.
Okay, well, you should be able to use the eraser and erase it.
Well, it's not working.
There. You mean that one?
Okay. All right. Got it. Yeah. All righty. Back to drawing. Let's get a little bottle up here somewhere.
Is it not coming out?
Let's see. Yeah, this is definitely training. All right. Let's see. This is a very little bottle. It keeps moving to the side, but I guess that'll do. Okay, so this is 1. You see my mouse? No?
We don't see the mouse. No.
Okay, well, I'm having a bit of trouble over here because it keeps, I draw something and it keeps moving out of place. But just see, that little bottle up there, that's your top reactor. And then the 3 bottles, the 3 thin line bottles, those are your bottom reactors. And they're all different sizes. All 4 of them are different sizes. The littlest one goes on top. Now, we're going to have those. All we did was make a regular Coca-Cola reactor. And because they're different sizes, the mass is different, and there's going to be an interaction. So we're going to have a free plasma energy in the middle of the reactor, as we usually do with other reactors. So we build 4 of these, and we make a star formation out of the. So we're going to be working with 16 bottles, not 4, and we place each one of these 4 in a different place, just like our star formation, and 1 on the top. That's the idea. So we're going to come up with a free plasma field in the middle, which is made by free plasma fields, and it should be pretty special, I think.
That makes sense, but you don't have to have different size bottles because the size really doesn't matter. It's the amount of whatever you put in there will determine the amount of the plasma. I mean, there is no way you could have all these, if they were all of the same size, there is no way that they would be of the same equal strength in terms of fields. So size may not really matter. And of course, I have not seen four sizes of Coca-Cola bottles.
Yeah, I've seen
Well-
3 sizes so far. Yeah.
Well, this
Yeah,
is what
thank
Mr. Kesh discussed, though, Gatua, that it would be the volume of the material that would be different. Right?
Exactly.
So
That's what I was saying.
you're saying you could have 3, all the same size bottles, but with different volumes in them.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what
I
I meant.
see.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but you see, we won't have anything in there. They're going to be dry. So the mass is going to depend on the mass of the bottle in this case, because we're not keeping any liquid inside of these. They're just dry reactors,
If
which
that's
is
the case,
what.
How are you going to get your plasma inside then?
Well, you make the Coca-Cola reactor just like you normally do, and after you're done, you pour out the caustic,
Mm-hmm.
and you let it build up. So now you have a nano-coated surface all inside, and there's the natural creation of deuterium, the deuterium plasma, not the deuterium itself, but the deuterium in plasma, which is what we've been looking for this entire time.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. In that case, the volume of the bottle would be important.
Yeah, because we're not going to have any matter in there except for the bottle.
So the question is, are the various sizes of cola bottles the correct ratios for our experiments?
Yeah, that's going to be difficult.
Are they naturally designed in the correct manner for the
Probably not.
Fibonacci sequence or some other sacred geometry?
Yeah.
It could be that they are. It could be just the way the universe lines up. Since we are using cola bottles, perhaps the universe lined it up so they would all be the correct sizes from the small to large.
Well, maybe we'll do a little investigating might help to find another set of bottles that are made of PET plastic, which is what these bottles are made of.
Mm-hmm.
PET plastic reacts with caustic in a very unique way and creates the effect. So if we can find another company that puts out these bottles made of PET plastic.
If I may jump in here,
sure.
We don't really have to look for any other. Coca-Cola already makes a 2 liter, a 1 liter, a 20 ounce, and a 12 ounce bottle.
And I found a even smaller one, which I went crazy and I bought a whole bunch of them. I think they're about 6 ounces.
And I would like to also add, I'm not going to try to take away in any way. At one point, Mr. Kesh, last year, I think it was, in one of the Knowledge Seeker workshops, had mentioned if we'd actually take the Coca-Cola bottle reactors and stack them on top of each other with 2, say, pipes or straws, allowing for a flow in between this stacked tier type system of the Coca-Cola bottles, it would allow for the separation of the different plasmas. But by having
that's shown in the patent. The patent application shows that particular
Excellent.
thing with one cola bottle over the other one and 2 tubes joining them, basically. Yeah, just like you've described. And that way you can collect the gases or the plasma gas, I guess you might say the plasma vapor from the bottom reactor, which would have the liquid in it, say.
Excellent.
So
yeah.
all types of room for very cheap experimenting.
Yeah, bottom line is they are cola bottle reactors. You can't get much cheaper. I mean, you can find them in every landfill. They're hard to actually get rid of in the landfills.
Well, I wouldn't get one from the landfill because probably somebody put their mouth to it.
Yeah,
and by
it's
doing
not the best.
they've changed the structure of the plastic with
Well,
the fat from their breath.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing you mentioned about that, touching it to your mouth, because I mean, a lot of people, if they're experimenting with a cola bottle, I mean, most people wouldn't dump the cola out in the toilet or pour it out in the ground or something. they would tend to say, "Oh, I better make use of this and drink it," and so that you would be putting your saliva, fats, and amino acids on the mouth of that container before it gets sealed up with the caustic and whatnot. So it would actually have amino acids in there that would become part of the process in that case, even though
Yeah,
you
it
might
ruins the
not
experiment.
think.
Yeah.
Well, it could be a good connecting factor that would add to the experiment if you did it consciously at least, and not in an unconscious way, in that you deliberately introduce your DNA into the experiment as a way of maintaining that connectedness to the experiment.
Oh, you're talking about building a spaceship now.
Yeah, well, what were you building? What were you building with
That's
your
great.
Starship configuration? I just assumed that was what the case was.
No, I was just building something out of deuterium that we could make anything out of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
if
I
you
just
make
went for a particular case of infinity. But yeah, go ahead.
yeah, if we take a couple, I'm sorry, if we take a couple of these star formations and place them next to each other in the configuration of tritium. Let's say that we're pretending that we're building a tritium atom except that we're using a star formation, then we can create elements more than likely. The interaction of them would be just like the tritium, and we could get matter out of the other side. You see what I'm saying? We form an infinity loop with two of them facing each other. And then we come with a third one. We approach those two from the side, but we'd have to work with the angles because we're not sure of the angle. It would be preferable if we put them on a gyroscope, on the kind that ships use, where it will move any which way that it feels like it, depending on the energy it's getting from the other two bottles. And I know this may sound like it's not part of the peace process, but Mr. Keshe has been talking about free energy plasma this whole time, so I think it's directly related.
Put them on a gimbal.
Yeah, I think that's the name for it. Yeah, yeah, because we have to let it find its own place, its own. We can't force it because if I don't know how it wants to interact, except that the first two, yes, I want those two facing each other because that's the way that it happens in deuterium. They're locked to each other. But then when you come with a third bottle, you have to allow it to find its own position. That's just my opinion.
That's a great opinion. And I've seen one of the knowledge seekers actually doing this with the balls on the ceiling tied to a string, simply hanging. So they find their own position and then lock into place.
Okay, well, I'm talking even of more flexibility with a, did you call it gimbal? It's just like a gyro, except it can move in any direction, 360 degrees. I mean, not just 360 degrees. Yeah,
that's a gimbal.
Up or down. Yes.
They use them on boats, for example. You can put your drink in the gimbaled holder, and when the waves hit, then the drink stays vertical with the center line of the earth or whatever.
Yeah.
Also,
so there's a lot we can do with Coca-Cola bottles, so much, because the Coca-Cola bottle has enormous amounts of deuterium in the plasma state.
Yes, and something we haven't considered before, which I would like to start working with actually, is the Coca-Cola bottle reactor, but simply rotate it. I haven't seen anybody rotate a Coca-Cola bottle.
Yeah, I thought about that one too. Yeah,
So
that
why
would be
not?
very interesting. Hmm.
It might be the key to actually get it to actually function as a working prototype. That would be funny.
It would be kind of hard to balance a Coca-Cola bottle on top of a computer motor, though.
I can build an adapter that is 3D printable that should probably actually take care of that. That would center it at least onto the hard drive motors.
It's actually very easy because all you do is glue the cap onto the motor, and then you screw the bottle onto the cap, and as long as the bottle is centered, then you know, it'll, as the glue is drying, you make sure the bottle is completely centered and rotating in line and so on. And it should be more or less, what do you call it, self-centering once it gets rotating and so on, as long as it's very close to start with. Depending on if you wouldn't want to rotate it with caustic in it probably, but
No, it has to be dry.
This is
That's
after
the whole
the
point.
caustic process.
Rick, hi. Good
Yes.
evening.
Hello.
I've been following the conversation about the Coca-Colas, and the claiming of the deuterium in the Coca-Cola bottles is not correct. I just wanted to let you know so that people don't get on the wrong foot.
Oh, thank you.
Because
Okay.
people were asking in the background, we would love to have Mr. Kesh around to support in the topic which is getting discussed. So I put the question through because Mr. Kesh can't appear in the teaching himself. So he said, no way. So it's better to stop.
We'll
than
stop
to
with
go.
that and get some advice from the pro when he gets back tomorrow.
I agree.
Perhaps.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we really needed to know that. Thank you.
Now it's used to extract CO2. The carbon in the Coca-Cola is a support, as he always has explained, but no more than that. Do you remember you wanted to have extra extraction of carbon? Then we always were cutting the Coca-Cola bottlenecks off to add them. That's the only purpose they're good for.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you very much.
Now it's better to make sure that you don't go on the wrong track and then get the explanation more in depth when Mr. Kesh can return, so you're all comfortable.
Yeah, we'll have to get clear on that. He did mention at one point that it was for creating hydrogen, or the plasma of hydrogen. So we'll have to see about what he says about that, I guess. Okay, we'll get clear on that at another time. At least the point is there about the connectedness of the reactors and of these combinations and so on. That was the main point we started talking about that led to this.
How do I get rid of that screen?
All right, we can clear that. Is there anybody else that wants to use the drawing board while we have it up here? Okay. Do we have any word on the progress on our letter yet? We're going to get that before the next 1.5 hours. Countdown is on. Pressure's on here. Okay.
Hi, can I ask a question? I came in a little late. It's Libby.
Hi, Libby.
Did we talk yet about the fact that we are all star reactors in our own beings? And as we gather, even here, or in our thoughts, or in groups, that we have that plasmatic, free plasmatic power to work with? Have we talked about that today?
You bet we talked about that, but
Oh,
thank
well.
you for not only bringing it up, but elucidating so clearly what we were talking about.
Oh, good. Okay, great. And are we bringing ourselves back to doing that together at moments during these meetings? Because I think that's always a good idea, since we are 62 of us here right now. It's a nice.
That would be the natural progression from the idea that was brought up earlier, I think. Yes.
Oh, good.
So how would you proceed with that?
Well, I would just suggest everybody makes themselves comfortable and then just focuses on their comfort, so that for the next minute they can radiate out love, joy, and visualize the world leaders gathering and signing, and even them being joyful to be participating in our actions. And however that comes to your mind, allow that to unfold with great joy in your heart, because it is happening. And the more powerful, the more we gather and do this, the more powerful it is. Does that work? Somebody got a timer?
That works, definitely.
Okay. And it always helps if you start with a good breath and a big smile on your face.
All right, that should be more than adequate for a minute to contemplate that.
Thank you.
Okay, so where do we go from here?
We stay here until someone has a thought. I think if we allow silence in the air and everybody knows what we're doing, it allows for the spontaneity of creation to come through for us.
I thought we were going to work on the letter, and then was that today, where everybody would be able to download it and act on it, or was that postponed?
Yeah, the way I understand it is that the letter should be worked on in the background and presented to this meeting here, so we can actually work with the letter as it's complete. But
Yeah, that was true.
Pardon me?
That was my understanding too. That
yeah, it should be worked on in the background here right now and presented to us, is the way I understand it, because it has to be in the right form first, where it's editable, and then edited. And
Yeah,
then,
Gottwald, you can see the chat in Zoom, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
okay. We've got someone with their hand up. Someone called George. I don't know who George is. You'll have to explain who you are so we can allow you to speak. I can't just allow anybody who I don't know. So if you can explain who you are and what you'd like to say or something like that, that would be good, and we can accommodate you. If there's any other attendees that would like to speak, you can put your hand up and so on. George says he's from Australia. Okay, I'll promote you, George, as a panelist and allow you to speak here. You can announce who you are and so on. Not sure what happened there. George seems to have disappeared. Not sure what happened there, George. Somehow you disappeared from the list. I promoted you to a panelist. So I'm not sure if you're still in the chat or not, or you can hear my voice, put up your hand again, or open your microphone, whatever you can do. Okay, I guess we're not hearing from George right now. Mark, you had your microphone open. Did you want to say something?
Oh, I didn't realize I had it open. I could share the letter that I sent to President Trump, but I didn't hear the first part of today's session, so I don't know if I should.
Well, we're in the process of these this other of finalizing the other letter that's supposed to be a form letter for people to send to their various leaders and so on.
Okay, so if we get to the end of today's session and we don't have that, I would share this short one that I sent.
Okay, that sounds good, I guess. I just didn't want to get people confused at this point on what it is we're actually sending out. So maybe we should wait toward the end, like you were saying.
As I understood, they're working beautiful lined out. It takes some time because the letter is ready, but it has to be adjusted for all the suggestions which were made this morning. that it comes in the right proportion, that nobody can change the letter, but that you can add to who you going to direct the letter, and that you can sign at the bottom of the letter. They're checking and double checking that the structure has no more mistakes. So be a little bit more peaceful or patient. They're working on it in the background.
Excellent. Thank you, Caroline.
You're
All right.
welcome, Rick. In the meantime, do you have another topic?
Well, we
Or
have
what-
George. George has come back. Let's see what George has to say. He's got his hand up again, and I'll promote him to panelist, and
Okay.
we'll see what happens there. Hello, George. If you can unmute, and you should
Can
be
you hear
able
me?
to talk there. Yes. Hello.
Hi, everybody. George from Australia. Now, I was just wanted to comment about the topic, though, about the Coca-Cola bottles that we were discussing before. Yeah, just thing is that you need to hold it. The plasma, the free plasma needs to be held with something, and Coca-Cola bottle wouldn't hold it. So first thing is to create the plasma itself, one field, and then you can hold another plasma inside it. That's the free plasma. So that's what I wanted to comment about.
Okay. Thank you. We'll get more clarification. I think this we can make this a topic for Mr. Kesh, and try to get our questions in and so on.
Thank you.
Hopefully tomorrow, or maybe in the
Thank you,
Knowledge
everyone.
Seekers workshop. We'll see. Okay. Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else with a topic they'd like to bring up or a comment on what we've said so far?
Rick, maybe we can have a few more experts in the topic of the star formation. I see questions are coming up in the chat to maybe to expand a little bit more on that one, please.
Okay, I'm just
Or
trying to see.
or people who have or working individually with the star formations, the way they have set it up and how they have loaded them, if they could come forward and speak and explain. One thing I can maybe start the discussion is that I remember from Mr. Kesh when he was talking about the motions that there is one woman in the team and that she is the one who's taking a look. Sorry for the noise.
Caroline, if you keep your mouth a little bit away from the microphone, we'll get less distortion, actually. I think you're getting really close because you think it's noisy there, but we hear you very loudly and it sometimes distorts because it's a bit too close. We hear your mouth. Noises.
I understand, Rick. I do apologize. I cannot get to a quiet place at this moment. I was
Oh,
trying
no.
to explain.
Yeah, we don't hear much of the background noise. The background noise is fine. We hear you very clearly, so you don't have to yell or anything. It's very clear. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Rick. Maybe to open the point of the start, if there are motions present, because they're allowed to teach, they're allowed to share their knowledge, if they could step forward and maybe to give it a kickstart, is that I remember, because there was a topic written in the chat about the 4, and how the level should be and the position should be. And I remember him making the point out that there is only one woman in the Mojans, and that person is in a position or placed in a position that she can take. So the other positions are giving, which are the male part, but it's not up to me to go into further depth, but this is what I understood from his conversation, that I think one needs to be a taker, and present, please step more knowledge with everybody else or somebody.
Yeah, I'm not a Mojan.
Thank you.
I'm not a Mojan, but I know that amino acid is in the star formation.
Okay, is there any Mojans here that we could hear from in the sound of my voice? Okay. Anyone else with star formations they'd like to make a comment?
Yeah, this is George again from Australia. Amino acid is like a star formation. Again, from to the previous comments, so base should be as a not only base. The four reactors should be like amino acid formation, I would say. So top one is a hydrogen, and bottom ones are the oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen, but in a hydrogen the tritium level. So tritium in a oxygen and nitrogen, and the third one is carbon level. So all those different containers should be in different sizes, which makes in different strengths, and they would start interacting to each other. That is my understanding at this stage.
Okay, thank you, George. Anyone else want to?
Can I share?
Go ahead.
Can I share my one of the drawings, if I can?
Okay.
I could explain it better. Okay.
So you want to get the window ready first and then share the window rather than your desktop?
Yeah. Actually, I don't have anything on a desktop, so. Can you see it?
Yes.
So yeah, my understanding is that we need two different formations, two different plasmas. So as I said, we need three base, but before we make this, we need 18, at least 18 on a boundary level, and 6 in the middle. And below that, we create the star formation with the strengths of hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon. And top one is the deuterium level. And that makes the free plasma, which is strengths of amino acid. And the other thing that Mr. Kesh was talking about a few months ago, but came up to me like a few days ago, that if we want to make metastate, we need to use carbon in a monoatomic nanostate. And he explained this actually yesterday. I don't know if anybody understood, but when we trying to create tritium out of CH, we divide CH3 in carbon and hydrogen. So the thing is that we use the carbon monoatomic nanostate, which gets extracted from the CH3, and we use it as a second meta with the hydrogen, but in monoatomic state. So I drew something here, if you can see. So in each reactor on a boundary, we have in the middle carbon in nanostate. A second layer is hydrogen, and 6 reactors in the middle is opposite. So you have a flow from boundary into the center. And if you want to connect yourself to that star formation in the middle plus free plasma, you need to add your emotion, blood. That's my understanding at this stage. Any comments? Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with us, George.
Thank you.
You might want to present that to Mr. Kesh as something to go off of as far as this goes.
Yes, I'll try that.
We'll see if we can line it up for the workshop.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, more comments? Another topic to introduce, perhaps?
See another hand up there, Rick.
Yeah, it's Josh. I'll promote him to panelists. Go ahead, Josh. You can unmute there now.
Yeah. So I left my screen. I don't see. I see a white page. Invite screen.
Not sure. You may have to come back in or something in the Zoom or find the window.
Open. Anyway, you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay, that's the main thing. I just wondered, so first of all, good morning, everybody. And I just wonder, Mr. Cash wants peace, and I just wonder if it would be a nice idea if you would start with a gradient. You know what I mean? Everything is done according to a gradient normally to get some success somehow. Let's say, for example, guy who wants to train, he doesn't start to try to wait to get up with 200 pounds. You know, he will start with maybe 50, and then he will build up every day with 55, 59, 62, so forth. You understand what I mean by a gradient?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so I just wondered this morning if Mr. Cash could do a demonstration of disarmament with a gradient, starting to show that he's not a fake, and doing some disarmament of few arms. I don't know where he could start with, somehow with some small armament, not to start with big ship first, not to scare anybody. But he could start to prove that he is very serious with something that will be real for people, for leaders, and so forth. Not to scare them, but just to show them that he is very serious about what he says he's going to do in 18 days from now. Let's see if I understand well, about to enforce peace. I don't know if you have some comments about that.
I believe he's done that.
He's done that?
Yes, he has helped to disarm whole ships already.
Oh, yes, but this was 6 years ago, if I remember well. This has been forgotten so far, I would say. Is Mark speaking? Mark?
Yes. And Elon Musk did not put an atomic bomb in orbit.
No, he disarmed, I think, a vessel, or wasn't not the one who did that was Putin, or if I remember well, or it was not directly from him, it was from country like Iran, who with this drone, they enforce it to land. And then what I heard was another example was the ship, the Donald, well, was not the Donald Trump, but Donald, I don't know if someone could remember.
I think it was called the Donald Duck, but I'm not entirely sure.
The Donald
Duck.
The Donald Cook, actually.
Oh, Cook. Okay, thank you.
Yes, the Donald Cook. Yeah, but this, it has not really been promoted enough, to my opinion. Very few people knows about this. I would say that. But if he does something which is very remarkable, then it will attract attention from many people around the world. And
Just Lang.
So what would you like, Joss or Jocelyn? Would you like some things to be allocated to be magic tricks, or what do you want? To make circus with magic tricks?
The idea is we're going to do it, humanity, not Mr. Cash. That's the whole idea.
And we actually all know how.
Mr. Cash doesn't have the technology to do that in his hands. He avoids getting involved directly, but there are those who have the technology and can do that. Among them, the Russians, the Chinese, the Americans, and various other organizations have the technology to be able to stop the bombs, to stop the aggression.
And we know how to
There
use.
will be demonstrations. You guaranteed that it'll come up if in the next while, if there's signs of aggression, then this is when the technology will be shown. It won't be shown just for fun. It'll be shown
it's not to
when
be
there's a
shown for fun.
necessity. No, when there's a necessity for it, not because you want it or something.
Yeah, but I have a story to tell you about the atomic bomb. You know, when Roosevelt he built the atomic bomb, there was a condition by the scientific that was attached to this making of the bomb, right? They wanted to do in a desert in Mexico, I think, to the Japanese the power of this atomic bomb. Yeah, and this gradient has not been done because Roosevelt just decided that no, we won't do any demonstration of our strength, and then they sent the bomb directly to Hiroshima, and it was a very big mistake. This is just, if it had been demonstrated the strength of the United States at the moment in the desert with showing an atomic bomb exploding and with all the strength of it, the Japanese would have done a rendition to the war straight up. This is just what
How
I
do you know that?
think
How
about.
do you know that? We don't know that. It's hard to say. It's all that's history, and it's gone under the table. I don't know if we can actually say that would.
I know a
occur.
lot of things, Rick.
Okay, well, you're going to change history and make it all different.
But this is this story I tell you because I think if Mr. Cash could do a demonstration of.
Okay, well, there's already been a demonstration. Did it change the whole world? No.
Yeah, but as I told you, it was not promoted through the media, so that this was coming from the Cash technology. It was. Now, people don't know that this technology there, which is used by the Russian and authors, that they are using the technology of Mr. Cash. This is what I'm on to push through somehow.
The media is still being controlled, and what we have to do is we have to elevate the souls of all the media and all the people on Earth.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But Mr. Cash is followed by, I think he told 30 million people was watching his one of his piece workshop. I think he told last week. He told this. It's quite a huge amount of people. But the thing that I remember that was told by somebody, very great philosopher. He told that if we change the top, the leader of a country, you won't have another leader better unless you change every single people who is voting for the leader somehow. Do you understand me? It means that the solution is not to change the leader. You have after one leader, you have another leader, normally with the same aim, thinking first of himself before thinking of the population. So the solution is really, like Mr. Cash says somehow, without saying it, that is we promote this knowledge to every single people on Earth. But there are not many who are very receptive, And so we have to have some kind of expert in promotion of matter, according to myself, with good gradient, with reality gradient, and so forth. But I didn't know that Mr. Keshe was not ready with his technology.
What do you mean by his technology?
By
this information's been out. It's in the books. It's in the knowledge
Yeah,
that
so
we've been teaching for years here. It's
Yeah, but I mean
definitely
to do
that's
the-
his technology. There's others that have their technology that might be associated or not, depending. I
No,
don't
I
see what your
expressed
point is
myself.
here.
No, I didn't express myself the right way here. I mean that you told me a few minutes ago that Mr. Keshe didn't have was not if I understand well, that he didn't have the apparatus ready to do this, but this technology was available from the governments, like the Russian government. Is it what you said, or?
No, I don't know what Mr. Keshe has actually, and he may have the technology at his fingertips to push the button. I don't know. But you know, the indication is with most of Mr. Keshe's teaching, he doesn't deal with the technology. He doesn't deal with the hardware. He doesn't deal in hardware realms. He deals in the realm of plasma, not in material level stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Understand that?
And in elevating the souls.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. Not in creating. He's not into creating more matter level things for humans to play with and so on. This is not part of what he does. He doesn't have all that technological stuff because it's not part of his world. He doesn't have a bunch of, technical things. There's labs set up that do that sort of thing. He's in touch with those people that he needs to around the world and so on. But that doesn't mean he's out there playing with his own device trying to stop the war somewhere or something. That's not what Mr. Keshe does.
No.
Right?
Oh yes, I understand this.
Okay, good.
I didn't hear the first hours this morning. What was it all about? Somehow?
Well, we're trying to work with the creation of the letter of
the letter.
The letter of the blueprint for peace for humanity. The letter that we send to the leaders of the world, and we're still waiting to hear back. The letter's being worked on in the background to straighten out a few details on it, and we hope to have it released here in sometime in the next minutes or hour or so, and that way people can use that letter and modify it to send it off to their particular leader of their country and get it off to them as soon as possible. So that's what we're trying to focus on, but we've also talked about some other topics like the Maggrav configuration, this Starship configuration of Maggravs, and this kind of thing.
For example, if we could raise the level of the soul or consciousness of the Israeli president, we would be able to probably raise anyone's level of knowledge about how important and achievable peace is right now.
Yeah, but
that's something that was mentioned by Mr. Keshe in the last workshop, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. Regarding the leaders, I just remember another thing also that normally the leaders are at the resemblance of those who voted for him. Let's say you have a leader who is a crook, who felony, or somebody who is not courageous or somehow. This normally is the representation of most of the population. So if you had a population very courageous, you would have a leader courageous. For most of the courageous will vote for the most courageous representative. So normally, if you have a crook at the head of a country, it represents most of the population. Because let's say you are a crook, right? And you want to operate as a crook, so you will elect a crook as a leader, because a crook will understand the crook and will pass laws for the crooks. This is how I see this for the moment. But we have some leaders. We had some leaders who might not really be crook, but look at the population.
Jocelyn, I'm
So
not sure how.
what's the
Jocelyn,
point?
yeah, what is the point here?
What's your
Because
point here, Joss? You're losing me totally.
I want the leaders to prove they are not at the image of.
Well, we're not here to prove the leaders aren't. Yeah, we're here to give to the leaders and to encourage them to sign the peace treaty. Is the whole idea.
we're here to elevate their souls. We're not here to cast blame. We are all done terrible things in many aspects of our lives, not even realizing we were hurting another. And anytime we harm anyone, we are not having good conduct. That's why I question what you're doing right now. But together, as a team, including you and all of humanity, we are working to evolve all souls, especially the leaders, but all souls in that, all beings. So coming here and, talking about our past, yes, we have a lot to learn from the past, and that's why we are gathering in as many numbers in as many worlds as possible to evoke the energy. But your energy is not one of peace coming in here. That's my feeling, and that's a judgment, so I do apologize. But I would like to ask you, Jocelyn, to come in with peace in your heart.
Yes, I understand, but may I say something to my defense, please?
Certainly, if you felt attacked, I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't remember your name.
It's Libby.
Libby.
Mais je suis québécoise, alors. Anyways.
Oh, you are Québécoise. Okay, so you understand French?
I do, but this is English right now, so it's all good.
Yes, we're talking English now, right? Okay. So, Debbie, I remember a story told, and it was confirmed by a friend of mine who studied at the university about politics and so forth. And in the past, it has been observed that in the Roman Empire, when they have an empire who was very keen, very good with his population, he wouldn't last more than maybe not even a year. And when they had a leader who was very somehow nasty, he would last for 20, 25 years. This is just to say that our intentions are good, right? But we have to defend ourselves also. This is not easy to do a good adjustment. We have to mix wisdom with strength. And this is what I meant somehow when I talked about to do a demonstration of the strength of the knowledge we have, because people, if they do not take us seriously and they do a mock-up of the technology of Mr. Keshe or whatever, how could they know that we can achieve such a things, and that with this technology we can abolish the many misery like missing food, malady, illnesses, and so forth. Maybe I do not make me understand well.
No, you don't make sense, because we have already demonstrated those things. We've demonstrated healing, we've demonstrated food, we've demonstrated energy, and so on.
So what is the solution?
And as you say, though,
solution
you're
is
both
to
right
continue
in that the
promoting.
I
7
do not
billion
understand. You are
people
three people
can
talking at the same
be-
time. I think one
Sorry.
at a time, please. What is the solution? According to
7 billion people are becoming aware that 100 years of life on Earth is just a flash in the pan compared to the immortality of their souls. And if these 7 billion people, like you say, have the strength, then there's no leader that can dominate.
no what? No meter?
No leader can
A
dominate.
leader. Sorry. Yeah.
So
Mr.
yeah,
Cash.
the other thing, the solution is to continue with education of the people of Earth in all of our different ways to promote.
That's great.
Our
It's the
links
first
to
step.
promote.
Education is the first step. I agree with you. 100%.
Yes, and that's what we've been doing and what we continue to do.
Yeah, but I think that with these 2 sessions of 3 hours a day, it's like 6 hours. We have an expression in French which says, attention de ne pas noyer le poisson. I don't know if DB could translate.
Don't drown the fish.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. If I may interrupt you, I don't know your name. You're from the... Your name is, please?
Jocelyn.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Bonsoir, Madame Rosa.
There is a problem because you trying to pack in this days of the two times 3 hours teaching. We are already teaching for 3 or 4 years now, Rick. How long are we teaching? How much?
Probably 4 years or so, yeah.
4 years. 4 years. Everything has been registered, recorded.
Yes.
On video. Transcribing is stepping up very heavy.
Yes,
You cannot.
I have
You cannot move.
some of them also.
You cannot move the whole world in one day.
You are
It is
right.
already a starting process of 4 years, day in, day out, and the numbers are growing. And the more people that we can reach that can feel their heart is drawn into this, whatever we are teaching on any kind of level, if it is agriculture, it's medical, you will carry it out as a teacher from your heart. You cannot possess everything in one go. You will go in the direction and develop in the direction you are attracted to and that you can develop the most. So you will become a beautiful teacher in the field that is attracting you to carry it on and passing it on. Mankind has the solution through the knowledge, as we have explained many times. We have dispersed the GANs everywhere on this planet. I can say worldwide, people have been spraying, pouring in the seas, in the rivers, personal. Yes. Now, you can imagine how many thousands and thousands of magraphs are in position in people's houses again around this planet. There are thousands and thousands of star formations in position. As Mr. Kesh explained in one of his teachings, he said, you can connect through the fields, from the Ganses, through the magraphs, through the star formations, with your correct intent, with love and care and giving, you will create the field that all the souls which you are talking about, which have not even a clue that the Keshe Foundation is existing, you will reach them through soul level, because we are teaching through the plasma fields, we are reaching through the plasma fields. We are not talking in physicality that you're going to talk to one person and maybe have 10 people who will be able to learn from you. As much as you are one single person teaching anything about this new knowledge and applying it, you connect on soul level through the plasma fields, because you are intent, you create your new energy field, you go up. That's how we will reach the whole planet. That's how we will reach every single thing which is living on this planet, because we are narrowing and connecting the fields to go higher and higher and higher. That's why it's so important for all of you to be aware how you embrace this knowledge and how you will pass it on, because you are not lower and you're not higher or less or more than any of all of us. The minute you get touched by the truth through your heart and your emotion, and you recognize that this is the path to go, your energy fields is changing. So because you change your whole environment, because you're a creator. It's like an infectious disease. You can't stop this development. This is the beauty of it. This is the gift to mankind. That's why it's going so rapidly in such a short time.
Yes.
Because everybody who's coming on board is giving and giving and giving and sharing. I explained it in my afternoon teachings. If you want to be so kind to go and listen to them, I said, every single one of you have become such a beautiful creator, but nobody's putting the hand on top of his head to realize what a beautiful person you have become. I give you a very small explanation with a pot of soup. Have you ever seen somebody making a big pot of soup and going to the neighbor and put it on the table and say, enjoy family, enjoy the food freely with no charging, boiling hot, nice cooked soup with your love and care? This is exactly what you're doing with the Ganses. This is what you're doing with your knowledge. You're giving so freely. If you could do this with your shoes and your pants and your jackets and your cars and all your belongings, you're having double or triple or none, but still share. This is the secret in giving. This is the beauty in this, to learn to give freely. You all have become, because you're knowledge seekers, you become free givers. You don't charge for explaining to somebody, you know, you can use this for this and you can apply it for this. You're teaching freely. Nobody is realizing how much, when you came in touch with this knowledge, how much you changed yourself, let alone talking to nobody else. You elevate yourself because you recognize there is something in it. And it makes you to feel so good. And you're so tempted to go and give more, to receive more. That's why you're here. To receive more, because the minute this class closes, you will give more. Because you receive more to share more. But don't forget, Mr. Kesh keeps on saying, we are working in plasma fields. You become a creator and you beam your energy out. Not only because you can talk and you can share, it changes you in your core. Because you get touched, you create, you get touched by the Ganses, they influence you, they change you. So you will reach every single person. But you need to create the wave of the intent, which we are all doing here already for days, non-stop. We will reach, we will go, but it's the intent of creating the fields of the plasma that it can beam out more to reach more, not in physicality. As we explained this morning, it's the souls which first decide the path of the physicality, and it's the physicality who then carries it out in the physicality.
Yeah, Caroline, may I interrupt
Yes.
you, please?
Yes.
I
Yes,
just
you can.
I just wonder, what is the idea behind making about 6 hours of meeting when people are very busy, and you know, I have so many difficulty to trying to catch up to listen all these 6 hours a day. This is what I meant by to drown the fish. Because in 6 hours, we may have from Mr. Cash, your husband, a very good enlightenment in teaching for maybe an hour and a half. I don't know exactly. And the rest of this time I'm using to listening all this. This is not very helpful. Most.
You think?
Well, Joss, I think you got better things to do with your life than world peace. Perhaps you got more important things to do right now. And we are in this meeting because we are truly believing in this right now.
Rick, he doesn't understand. He doesn't, excuse me, you don't understand. I'm trying to explain to you. You are in the classes or you're not in the classes. Your soul receives the knowledge. That's the beauty of the whole thing. You don't need to be in the classes. The more you are, the nicer and the better it is. But if you skip classes or you can't because you're busy, you're working, you're not left out. Your soul elevates because of we are there present for you. That's what is the beauty. That's what I was trying to explain to you. You're not missing anything out.
But
You're receiving equal.
Carolina, what is the idea to make during 30 days or 36 days, 6 hours of teaching or of meeting a day? Most of people.
I just explained to you, sir. I just explained to you, sir. I said you're not left out. You are receiving equally as everybody else.
You mean
even if you're not present, you receive because we are there to give.
Now I understand. Okay, now I understand. Yeah.
You receive equal.
Yeah, I understand now what you mean. Okay, this is the idea behind
Because we are present, we represent every single person who is not present.
What I love so much.
You understand?
That I want to listen all of them. You know, I have been introduced to the cash. I have been introduced to the cash technology a year ago by a friend of mine who was telling me since 2 years back, go to see Mr. Cash, listen to this, Jocelyn, listen to this. And at the end, he asked me a job to do for him to copy a workshop on DVD. And then I got interested and I just, if I have this, I will watch it. Then I got so much interested, because before Mr. Cash, you know what I was studying? I was studying life with Aaron Hubbard in Scientology. This is what somehow saved my life when I was about 25 years old. And then this has been perverted somehow with the administration, the new management, and this is why I have been kicked out somehow, also of Scientology. But I'm very happy to have been kicked out of this organization now, because they are kind of beggars and they have altered a lot of things. But when I came with the technology of Mr. Cash, it was like somehow the continuation of what I learned in Scientology. Because Aaron Hubbard, he was searching something to help humanity that was much, very fast, a kind of shortcut to shortcut the aberration of what we are involved in right now. And I think Mr. Cash, with the technology of the plasma, he found what Aaron Hubbard has searched until the end of his life, a shortcut. The technology of the plasma is so powerful. You know how I help people. We are forbidden to say heal, but this is actually what it does. But I help people to to process, to transform the melody in few seconds, when with the technology of Ron Hubbard, it would take hours, or weeks. And this is a shortcut that is incredible. The strength of the GANs is so incredible. But when I say to drown the fish, this is because we have something like 100 hours of, no, I will not exaggerate, we have something like, say, 3 hours, and we can resume all this in maybe, let's say, 20 minutes. This is what has to be done. Otherwise, the fish is drowned. We have to.
Nobody. No. I will interrupt. I will interrupt there. I will interrupt you there because you're coming from a different logic way of working. We are reaching everybody. Everybody is equal. And we are going in the process that everybody can absorb what it needs. But we don't leave nobody out. It's because of the effort of all the knowledge seekers worldwide that everything is getting elevated. Nothing and nobody is getting left out. Even if you sleep and you listen in your sleep through the teachings that you're not even present, your soul is receiving. That's the beauty of this whole teaching. You keep on receiving, you're present or you're not present, because we're elevating every single being.
Okay.
And thank you for your sharing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I understand. Thank you also, Carolina.
You're welcome.
You're doing a very good job, and I thank you for what you're doing also. Back of your
We
house.
don't make no exceptions. Nobody is higher. Nobody needs to. There is a guideline and everybody is sharing everything. That's the beauty. And this is exactly what I was trying to explain to you. That is the beauty. Everybody is receiving at the same time as you are evolving, and your neighbor is evolving, and Rick is evolving, and Vince is evolving, and everybody is evolving to the level that they need to receive, that it doesn't go even too fast for some.
Yeah, but do you know if Mr. Kish has a plan B? You know what is a plan B?
We don't need plan B.
We don't need.
We don't. No.
So
we
we'll
don't.
just succeed this time.
We are succeeding.
Yes.
Because you have understood from the teaching. If you make a wish, you confirm your wish, because your wish is your command, because you're a creator. If you understood this, you can create your own path in your own free will. So where should we need a plan B if I wished last week and I already received my wish because I confirmed my wish? My wish is my command because I'm the creator. So I have no hesitation.
So
I wish you all, and you will evolve. I said, I wish you all the best, and you will evolve on the path that you create for yourself, because nobody is there. We only can guide you.
Yeah. You know, may I say something else?
Sure.
Okay, just a moment. I will close the windows. Okay. I remember last week there was a bloke from Germany. I think he went to the workshop to say to Mr. Kesh that he has not done a good prediction when he said that the two hemispheres of the North and South America will break down, right? And I was so happy this did not happen. For I was telling this to my friends also, and when it had not happened, Mr. Kesh has somehow lost credibility, not to myself. Oh no, I'm trusting Mr. Kesh 100%, 100% hours a day. but the other blokes who knew about this, they want somehow to make fun out of me, you know, because this had not happened. Do you know what I tell them when they want to make fun out of me? You want to know what I tell them?
I would love to know, yeah.
Yeah, I tell them because Mr. Cash taught me how to pray that this won't happen. Then they shut their mouth because they say, "Oh, you are so powerful, Jocelyn." Thank you. I say them.
That's exactly what I explained to you. You create your own path.
Yeah, and we are changing the future, each one of us. This is why this has not yet happened. It doesn't mean it won't happen. It's in the normal course of the evolution of planet that this happened. But we can somehow. My intention was that it won't happen because I wanted to listen all this workshop. I had not had time, you know. And if this would have happened, it would have created such a bloody mayhem, you know, that I would not have time to catch up with all this. So I was so happy, you know, this.
So I give you a good solution for that problem is when you go to sleep, just put the teaching on and go to sleep with the headphone. You will receive whatever you need. You won't miss anything, and you will be able to catch up quite fast.
Oh, that's a good idea. I didn't talk of this. I would get a headphone with a long string because I have not to disturb anybody in my surrounding. Good idea.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your experience. Rick, do you have anybody else who wants to come online to share something?
Yeah, let's see. There's someone with their hand up. I'll promote them to a panelist. I don't know who it is, but I know they've been in here before. It's under Galaxy tab A. So let's see what they have to say. Hello, Galaxy, who are you and what would you like to say? If you can unmute your microphone. Hello, Galaxy, come in. I'll unmute you and see if we can hear from you. Hello? Oh, they seem to have dropped out or something here. I don't see them in the list anymore. Okay, we'll go on to next person here. Okay, do we have any questions or comments from the panelists?
Why don't we change the topic and we confirm that the piece is done? What will we be doing with it? How will you create the new process in your life? How do you see it evolving and taking shape? Because you're going to have to be ready once it's done. How are you going to reshape what is no longer there? When it is peaceful, can people come and add their ideas on this level? How and what would they change and reconstruct and advise and reunite? And what kind of difference would it bring in certain way in your life, in your daily life, that you can open the television and you do not longer see any negative, but you see positive documentaries, information, knowledge, instead of horror and bloodshed and explosions? because your world will be reshaped. Be ready for it, knowledge seekers and public, because it will take a different shape, it will take a different course. But have you stood still also how you will take it upon your shoulders to guide it and to carry on within the peace context? Has anyone stood still with this? Because now we are all evolving towards that point. But now you also have to go and shape and create the path as you receive the peace. How will you explore the world? How would you put your foot in this new condition of being peaceful?
Well, that's a really good question, Caroline. Along with that is, what if you had unlimited funds as well, which might come along with this new change that's occurring on the planet? That appears to be so. There's guaranteed annual incomes and guaranteed monthly incomes and so on that are being set up around the world in different countries and experimented with, including Canada and Indonesia coming up and so on. So what if we had unlimited funds and we have global peace? Well, holy cow, that opens up a whole new ball game, basically, because then we get to think about how we can get others involved in repairing some of the past. Maybe we come up with solutions for the pollution of the oceans, or the pollution of rivers, or the pollution of air. And we go into war zones, and we get rid of the landmines, and make sure the arms are no longer being used, and clean up the hot points in the world where arms are still there but need to be disposed of, let's say. And all these different jobs will come up where military people, which are a large part of the population of most countries, are involved in the military and or have done some service in the military. And those kinds of jobs will be transformed into the helping of others' jobs. Instead of defending a country or defending a point of view, it'll be more defending for all the humans on the planet, making sure that people are taken care of if there's any survival situations due to environmental conditions, or everything from storms to floods and all that sort of thing that the military is good at, because they're so well organized and they have the equipment and so on to be able to help people. So if that whole sector gets reorientated, that'll make a huge difference in the way that the world runs and the way we approach things. If we know that the military's there for emergency situations rather than pushing an agenda in some foreign country that we're not even sure what they're doing there, I think that'll make a huge difference, and people will be willing and want to volunteer for those kinds of missions, you could say. Say we took a military ship and reconverted it into cleaning up the plastic in the plastic zones of the ocean, and the ships go out and it's manned by people that are totally enthusiastic for their job. They want nothing more in life than to help clean up the planet. And this will be the new mentality that comes in with this peace movement, is there'll be just lots of volunteers. I mean, we're working into a point in the planet where people are no longer doing a lot of the menial jobs they used to do. And we're going to have a lot of people unemployed in the future because of the loss of work. We have self-driving cars and trucks. They'll be totally taking over within 4 or 5 years, and you won't see any trucks and cars being driven by by people normally. So one of the largest jobs in the world is truck driver. If that job is taken away, there's going to be a lot of unemployed truck drivers. Well, what if they got involved with helping the transfer of food to certain places that doesn't have food now, or to help even out the resources that we do have, so that people have a better distribution and so on. They can help work with things like that rather than just taking things from point A to point B or whatever. They can use their job, the kind of thing that they're good at and they like doing, but do it in a different way that it's more productive for everyone rather than for some corporation.
Now, Rick, the way you're talking, have you or anybody else stood still how you are already changing the future fields, the future doors opening up to new horizons? And if you do so, that you already pictured this picture before we even reach, you are already reached your point, because you reshape whatever was, and it's already done, because you're already directing the energy in your creative mind to create the opportunities to facilitate it in your brain. You are already creating all these different paths. Now, if you confirm from this point, before even you reach, that it's done, it will be there by the time through this transition process of. So all of you, as I explained this morning, when I put Naomi and Fabio on the billboard, they received so much. They evolved so fast. You can see it physically happening with Naomi. Now, if you reshape your world in your thoughts, the point, even before you reach the end of the line that you have to jump over, the new world you're already shaping, you're already creating it. Just by feeding it through your intent and the possibilities. Have you imagined, as you just named a few, Rick, what you're already creating on facilities? Because it came through my mind as you were talking about the truck drivers. Send them on the road with full gas station, nano coating stations. They carry everything with them. They don't even need to get taken off their job for the time being.
They can go in a hub and spoke system and take goods from wherever they're produced to the hub and then send them out on the spokes to wherever they're needed, just like the airports do.
Yeah, again, a lot of that will be automated and so on with Amazon and their drones and this sort of thing. It'll be automated delivery right to your door within 5 or 10 minutes of all this stuff. But there'll be a necessity then for even faster delivery of the goods that will be more prevalent in our lives. People will want to, have the necessities of life and so on, the food and water, whatever they need in their particular area. And if that needs to be transported, hopefully it would be by a positive positioning device that can move at very high speeds, and it would all be automated so that people get what they need when they need it. But again, that leaves a bunch of people standing around without jobs, really. And jobs are what sort of keep people out of trouble on this planet in a way, because if they're not working, then they inevitably get into trouble.
Absolutely, Rick. I think you're on a really good track there, and it's important for us to remember that as we build a future where us as human beings are moving toward living and thriving and loving and experiencing this world instead of just simply surviving, we build a place for everyone as we move forward, and it grows organically. So it's a transitional period, and that's what we're entering into right now is a huge transitional period, and it's important for us to help our brothers and sisters to understand that they don't need to fear the future and fear the fact that they may not have the job that they have right now, because it's really moving into a place that we won't have to have the 40 or 50 hour work week just so you can buy enough food to feed yourself so you can get back to work the next day and take
Yes,
care of kids.
and
We're
that's
moving into a different paradigm now.
Excellent.
So you're absolutely
That's
right.
right.
And we're
And
just going to
even
facilitate and help our brothers and sisters move into that transition.
even world leaders like Elon Musk of the Tesla car company and SpaceX. He's the CEO of both of those companies, the fourth largest car company in the world and the best private space agency. And he says guaranteed income for people is an absolute necessity for the future, for the near future, for immediately actually, and to help compensate for all these people that won't have jobs. They need to be able to survive, and if they don't have money and ways of getting the things they need through our cash technology, then in this transition period they need money to get the goods that they need for their family and loved ones and so on. So if that guaranteed income is there for them, so that they know they're going to be supported no matter what happens. If they lose their job, then they'll have that hope that it's okay, and they don't have to freak out, and they don't have to go to war to blame some other country for it and go and take it out on them with weapons and so on. And they'll realize that, oh, I'm actually okay. That yes, there's a lot of changes going on, and yes, these people are, they're really messing with my life and making me think about things that I never thought of before and all this kind of thing. But at the same time, if they have that some feeling of security in their life, that they can go forward, and not only that, yes, they'll lose their job, and what are they going to do? And there's this big question mark. Well, then if their heart is activated and they start to feel others around them, they'll feel the necessity to help those others and to help in some manner, depending on their particular qualifications and their experience and so on. They'll want to help in a certain manner or another. And this is what my hope for the future, or my expectation, is that people's hearts will open up more and more, which is what I see around me all the time nowadays, and that they will be more concerned for their fellow humans, and that they will use these new funds that are coming in for the express purpose of helping others. In fact, there's some rumors that that these funds will become available to virtually anyone who has that wish to help others. If you can conceive of a project that is for the benefit of humans, then basically you'll be funded to do that project. And what a beautiful world it'll be. There'll be all these projects going on to elevate and help the humans around us. And there won't be any time for war. There won't be any time for thoughts of hurting others. We'll be too busy with helping. And there's the helping others aspect, and there's the other aspect of just having fun and following our passions and doing the things we want to do in life that we couldn't do when we're under the slave system of suppression and having to work for that hourly wage or whatever it is to with two people working 2 or 3 full-time jobs in a household in order to pay the $1 million mortgage, which is the average house price in this country now. So I think that this transition period will we're going to handle it. It's going to be just fine as these systems come in. It's not just world peace that's coming in right now. There's all these different systems. Some systems are collapsing that we've been quite used to for many many centuries, and there's other new systems that are being created to replace them in a much more beneficial way for all the beings involved rather than just some of the beings. And that's the big difference now with the new systems.
I think, Rick, that it's very important that we take in account for these changes that the knowledge through, even if it's through the physicality, through the ganses to support the emotional state of the human beings, that support is there. All the support is already been taught. It's just a matter of people taking it up and using it and give feedback through the testimonies on our website, how and where they have applied it, how they used it, how they assembled it, what the applications for, so that people can keep on going back to the website to get more and more feedback if they need something, that they can find their path. Even the Peace Wiki is working. People can go and get more and more and more advice, but we need the knowledge seekers to put it in there in the first place, to come back with the feedback. Because we know the transition is going to be there, but we have to remove the fear. And the fear can only come that nobody will lose nothing, because that's not the purpose why we're going into this peace process. There is no loss, because we are going to the heads of states or kings or presidents, whoever carries the title. Once they sign up for the peace, then the path will be so easy to walk, to redistribute where the needs are. People will regain their vote in a calm way, but we have to picture it, how we want as a humanity to function towards each other, with each other. And the biggest needs will have to be dealt with in the first place. But I think if we can, and we are all prepared as knowledge seekers to give the hand out, as we have done already for so many times, to teach how and where we can apply this change, that there is no need for fear, you will remove the fear. Because I think as the knowledge seeker, you're 100% knowledgeable what you stand for, what you explain, what you teach, Rick, and so many others. Because you know, you've seen the change, you felt it, you've gone through the transition. And I think if you can talk with such a confidence, there is no fear in your being. You know what to do, you know where to stand, you know how to conduct, you know how to share. It is something that now we all have to prepare ourselves for this new condition. And this is why I kept on repeating to people, remind them you are already doing it, so there should be no fear. Because it's such an easy process, because you're already doing it for such a long time. You have the confidence. Just put the fear aside, it will be non-existing. Because I think if I would put a microphone to each of you knowledge seekers, the way you approach people with your ganses and your explanations and your involvement with the Keshe Foundation and what it can do and how it can go and where it's going, people look at you, you know, she's coming from another planet. But in fact, when they're ripe and they're mature and they're ready and you have elevated them enough, they come on board. This gentleman just 10 minutes ago just confirmed. I was hesitating. A lot of people are hesitating. But somehow the soul is stronger to bring them in. They need time. They need our patience. But your confidence is much more important to remove that fear factor. Because the step is the fear. And once they experience and once they come in contact with the ganses, their life changes. So you already guaranteed of your success of change. Now, when you start making sessions, what we are going to do when the time of the signatures are coming down, that the peace is signed, we're going to have to be ready for the next step. Make it beautiful, people, because you're creating the next path. Be aware what you create and what you wish for your neighbors, what you wish for the other races, what you wish for the other colors, what you wish for anything which is different than you. Be aware, the same way as you are embraced the knowledge, now to disperse the knowledge the right way as well. Create the path where you know where you're going to be at your best. You will not be bored. You will not be bored out of your wits. Forget about it. Do you know the damage which I have done on this planet? Now, imagine the amount of time it will take us all to be very busy to reset it all back to normal. You have more than your hands full. You have more than your hands full because you're going to have to send so many teachers out. You're going to have to support with your knowledge. So we will be short of hands. We have 10 billion people alone to teach, to support, to remove the stress from the past. So you're not going to be bored. Forget about it. Maybe the next generation, but by that time, they're accustomed to the new situation and the new environment which now we are creating for them. We are doing this for our children, for our offspring. Yes, Rick?
And they'll go on to do wonderful, incredible things that we haven't even dreamed of yet because we haven't been able to free ourselves up enough to get out to think about those things yet. Like we're talking about cleaning up the world, and maybe they'll be talking about, improving it in certain ways that we never even thought of. Once the baseline is cleaned up, then who knows what the possibilities could be.
So there will be nobody bored, will they?
You're right. And that's one of the worst things that people think of. And, if I'm not a truck driver anymore, what am I going to do with myself? I'd have to stay home with the wife all day and she'll nag me and it'll be terrible, or something. I don't know what people think these days, but, they have to, they have to be shown or show themselves that there are alternatives that are wonderful. And yes, you can actually follow your passion and you can apply that to help others and so on and so forth. And I think we'll have a wonderful, beautiful planet to make into more of a playground than it is, instead of a battleground. So that's important, I think. I'm thinking we should either end the session here or get the document up. I'm not sure if the document, Flint says, I have a message here, the document probably won't be ready until tomorrow or Thursday. Well, let's try to focus on having it ready tomorrow, because I think Thursday is going to be too late. Should try to keep on with pressing a bit more of a schedule here to so we can get the letter actually out to the leaders of the world. So let's try to put pressure, a little bit of pressure on the teams involved to get the letter ready to put out to the public for tomorrow, let's say. Is there any other? That was what from Flandy says. Now that was a guess, not a confirmation. So if there's any other information on that, could we get that out? Sorry, Caroline, you're going to say something?
No, I was about to ask the same question as you, Rick.
Okay.
How far is the status of the letter? How much still needs to be done?
It looks like there's the edits that are done, so I'm just doing my side of things to be able to get the link to everybody.
Can we
continue the teaching until that's complete?
Yes, I think we can't close down. I think we have to carry on till the letter is there.
Okay. What do you got on
How
the
much
EPA
time do you need?
afterwards?
Yeah, how much time do you need, you think? You have an idea?
Not that long, but I'll say half an hour to be safe.
Oh, that's great. Eric, we can still creating our new path.
Shall we carry on with creating?
Look how
Of
quick our wish got
course.
granted there. Yay! Good work.
Yeah, we can imagine we can create the new Patrick. You're a full blast teacher, so come on.
Well, what other aspects could we touch on here as terms of how we
leisure.
envision the future?
I would.
What about our children? How are we going to teach them the new path? Start with the
First, let's.
I can segue with what she said. The leisure, it will mean that parents have more time with their children, and parents are the best teachers of their children because they've been with them since they were born. So a whole different kind of education system I'm foreseeing, where groups of families together maybe teach their children a subject that the children are interested in. Because now with the internet, we can be teaching them all of the kids' workshops and be making new ones, and the kids can come in and teach us. I see it as such an exciting time when people are liberated from their 9 to 5, whatever gig it is they've had to do to survive in this world. Their hours of contributing to society will be done more or less on a voluntary basis, but they'll be contributing what they love to do. And as Caroline reminds us, when you teach what you love to do, you shine and people want to learn it. But when you're doing a job you hate, your whole field around you is not very positive. So as more and more people are liberated from all the debts that were created in the wrong way by the whole system that we all know is corrupt, and it's changing because we're making it change. It's one of the most exciting eras we're entering. When I was studying, I was getting a degree in recreation and leisure, and the year 2000 was supposed to be the year of the entrance of leisure. It was going to be the age of leisure. And that's actually what's unfolding. It's just quite a few years later now, but it's so exciting for me to see this. It's just all the seeds that have been planted over the years and now further extenuated by Mr. Keshe's work and all the knowledge seekers, we're blossoming. It is a most exciting time, and that would be the message I would give people I'm encountering.
Yeah, that's a good point, Libby, that in the past we were told, and in the far past, I'm talking about, I'm an old timer, so when I say the past, I mean the past. In the past, we were told this idea that that there'll be less and less numbers of hours that we'll have to work every week, more and more leisure time, and so on and so forth. We're working toward a 20-hour work week instead of a 40-hour work week, and so on. But instead, in the last 2 or 3 decades, it's actually gone the opposite. Instead of a lesser work week, people are working more hours, and they often have 2 jobs, and there's often both spouses in the family are working, and often full time. And often the kids are working too to try to keep the whole family going. So something went totally astray and in the opposite direction compared to the vision of that earlier time, which, you know, if you would have extrapolated all the data from that time, that's what it looked like, is the hours should be decreasing, the amount of money people make would increase, and the automation takes over the jobs that humans don't want to do, and so it gives more leisure time and so on. Instead, we have even more people working, and our economies are based on people working. If not enough people are working, then the whole economical base for your gross domestic product and so on is falls apart. It doesn't work anymore. So now we have a different time, though. It's a different time and place now, where that that leisure time mentality can now kick in a different kind of way, in that it's as people become more self-motivated rather than having the motivation directed to them, then we're able to act as independent entities and take our choices and responsibilities onto ourselves and go out there and create good things, basically. And that we didn't have the opportunity before. The systems were too strong around us to allow that kind of freedom for most people, so they weren't able to just to enact that dream. But now
Yeah.
I see a whole different situation. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to add that when we have that freedom, then you have that freedom to contribute, because when you're trying to make do on very little and have kids to raise and do, you don't have time to volunteer. But when you have all the time in the world and you're a happy being, that's all you want to do. You want to share.
Yeah.
So our whole world is changing, and I'm just so delighted to be here and watch it and be part of the unfolding of it. Thank you so much, Rick, for what you're doing, and Caroline and everybody. We are doing this. It's happening.
We are doing it. That's right. Okay, what else about that? What are other... okay, here's something that's come up. There's something in the chat here that's come up, and it's got to do with something that could come up in the world here. We've got all these weapons out in the world, right? We've got, I think there's 2 or 3 guns for every person in the world right now. So we got more than enough weapons out there. And what if this peace just starts flowing over the planet? We got all these guns that aren't really needed anymore. And I mean, some of them might still be needed for certain tasks or whatever, but generally speaking, the guns that are used to hurt others will no longer be used. So what will we do with all these guns? And this is something that someone in the chat, Peggy, mentions that she doesn't know what to do with the guns that her father was a police officer, so he had all these firearms left over when he passed away, and she inherited them, doesn't want to use them. So what does she do with them? And the suggestion that comes to me is what Mr. Kesh mentioned. He was involved in the transaction where they exchanged weapons and used the weapons to actually be as part of the basis to make pianos. And so I'm thinking, well, if you have these guns, they have high quality metals in them, and different parts of the firearm and so on might be useful for repurposed and recreating into something quite useful, perhaps. So I'm not sure what that looks like right now. Probably not a piano, but maybe some other musical instrument, maybe a flute. Maybe you can make a flute from a rifle barrel or something like that. Start a new band, the Peace Corps band, and use all instruments made from weapons. There's an idea. So, I mean, what can people think of? What can you do with a rifle that is not the original purpose of the rifle, and to repurpose it into something that's useful for a peaceful society? What would that look like?
We could fill them with Gans water, with love and tension, and fire them all over the place.
Okay. So you envision the guns shooting GANS water. Well, actually, I created a GANS gun in my Kesh Plasma Reactor group. I showed it a couple of times. And it's basically you take a squirt gun that normally would squirt out a squirt sort of thing, and they have these special squirt guns actually that squirt bubbles instead of a stream. It'll actually pull the trigger and it squirts out bubbles. So it's a natural to put in the GANS mixture into your bubble mixture, and then you've got a bubble gun that you can shoot all over the place, and you're shooting for peace then, right? You're actually promoting peace through this bubble gun that's spraying out over your environment and having fun. You could have bubble gun fights, and everybody ends up laughing and loving each other at the end of it. That seems like a good way to go.
How about GANS trails instead of chemtrails?
Pardon me? GANS trails?
Instead of chemtrails, we can make GANS trails.
Well, absolutely. I mean, that's a natural. I mean, how would you clean up the chemtrails with GANS trails?
That's right.
Absolutely. I mean, that would be probably one of the first jobs that should be occurring, is to do the proper use of chemtrails, to do it for the benefit of the humans rather than the benefit for a few to make better cell phone communications, or for whatever reasons they may have for doing chemtrails, which are varied apparently. So that's a classic example. Getting back to the gun, what if we cut the barrel of the gun into little ring magnets and make them into magnets? Because if you cut the barrel, you would have little donut shapes. They could be magnetized and handed out to kids to explain a little more about how the maggrav fields work.
I like that idea a lot better.
There
I
you
wanted
go.
to say something about the gun. The gun is such symbolism of violence from my perception that
Yeah,
I would
even when GANS comes out, it doesn't seem right somehow, right?
So I would like that somehow too, that all weapons like that have that symbolism in them either be done, like you said, cut into little magnets where it is magnetic, and or melted back into usable for other purposes, so recycling. But the actual image of a gun being turned into a playful thing just to me is
Yeah, even my GANS gun with the bubbles, it was a really fun little project and stuff, but I didn't feel right shooting someone else even with bubbles.
Yeah, that whole thing about them is just so contraindicated to peace. It's we're loving each other, not trying to kill, because to me the symbology of gun and kill is one and the same.
And we don't want to force anything on anybody as far as that goes. Even forcing GANS,
trails instead of chemtrails.
A beneficial GANS is probably not a good idea. As soon as people feel they're being forced into anything, they rebel against it and want to do the opposite. So there'll be just as many people against GANS trails as chemtrails, probably.
May I refresh your memory,
Okay.
especially to the knowledge seekers that were present in Trani? Do you remember the teaching he brought forward? And he brought this topic: you're gonna have to make decisions as mankind for the road you want to walk. Do you remember that, Rick? That was a private teaching.
Yeah, we have to take responsibility for the road we're going to walk. Is that?
No, he explained the different paths for humanity and what their decision will be with the people who have committed crimes, and how we're going to have to deal with those situations and to how we're going to deal with prevention and all these kind of different topics. They came in Trani very vivid. Maybe if Mr. Kesh comes back in the teaching, we might remind him to go back over it again, but now this time for public. And maybe Vince or Stanley or Yurik can go in digging in that topic of that teaching because it's available for the students, I think so. Where he explained where mankind will have to take responsibility for how they will conduct themselves for whatever was in the past to change and adjust for the new future. Because we're going to have to deal with a lot of people which have been in positions out of necessity, out of frustration, out of wrong teaching, out of wrong support or abandoned. They have walked the wrong path. How are we going to deal with those people? How are we going to change their environment? Will people go openly to show them the new path? And definitely, what are we going to do with the people we really don't trust? How are we all going to deal with all those facets of life which are currently in place at this moment? How are we going to change their paths? Because there should be no prisons. There should be no people locked up. How fast can we apply the knowledge? Because it will be the same as we are. It will be the same as we are applying in the medical. How we will reverse, and how we will apply the knowledge to bring them back among us and in the society and to prevent further damage going in that way. These are all the different paths in different layers of the social structure we are having now currently. We're going to have to create new path for that too. Not only the poverty, not only starvation, not only abuse, not only restriction, not only racism. We're going to have to really build paths. And I think each knowledge seeker should go to where their specialty is and start working these processes out and start bringing them into the public teachings. But really structured that this can be dealt because of this expertise in combination with the knowledge that you can create the path that so many others can follow the example. Not only standing still with the imagination of it, but when, let's say you have the situation, create, if you're knowledgeable with prisons or you have knowledgeable with lost children or hunger or any situation, go and be creative. How are you going to change the path? I give the path back to you to start building the new paths. How are you going to do it? How are you going to structure yourself? This is my
Okay, well, this is a good question. Getting back to the firearm thing, well, another idea that's just come up, Peggy mentions wind chimes. You can make wind chimes out of the firearms. That's not a bad idea. That way we can be gently reminded in a pleasant way about our previous life with these weapons, without them being, without associating the negativity with them. Maybe we can gradually associate beautiful sounds with weapons instead of the ugly sounds that they make, for example. But it will take time, I think, is one of the keys It might take an entire generation for these changes to take place, for the kids to learn to ignore the aggressive and to ignore the wish for hurting others and so on. I was reading recently about the in South America, the original tribes in South America, even before the ones discovered by so-called discovered by Christopher Columbus and so on. The original tribes, they say they had no crime, essentially. They had no prisons. They had no words for hurting others and so on. Even though they had still their defense from tribe to tribe and had intertribal issues and so on, they, within their tribes and within the whole structure, they had certain ethics that included, not hurting others, not stealing. Actually, the number one item in their culture was to not lie. Everyone was taught at a very young age to not lie. Lying was the number one thing that you could not do. And by just having that aspect, I think this was in the Mayan culture that they incorporated this. So not lying was number one, and from the not lying, that enabled the whole bunch of other ethical, choices to be made. So there's no stealing, because if you can't lie, then it's hard to steal and hide stuff from people and so on. I mean, you could steal, but then you'd have to admit it right away. You'd have to give up what you took right away, because you'd have to be totally honest about everything. So it doesn't work. Certain, to hurt others and to cause mayhem in other ways just doesn't work if you're in a society that you're forced to, not forced, but it's natural to be completely open and honest all the time. And of course, that was their downfall when they met the Europeans, because the Europeans just wanted to have their way, and the others had no resistance against that, because they didn't know what it was like to be forced to have certain things forced on them that they had no concept of. They didn't have the words to describe being in that situation. Okay. I see our half hour is up. How are we doing, Vince?
Just getting it together now.
Okay.
Just a few minor formatting things, and then I'll have it up.
Great. Okay, any other comments?
There's something great in the chat from Helen. I sent email to a group in Texas, San Quentin, which tries to prepare inmates for re-entry to society and teaches them job skills. I described the cottage industry they could have inside and all the plasma skills they can be taught, so that they have a head start on the new jobs. That is, they'll be able to talk to PhD plasma physicists, and the degree guys will understand them and be amazed. That's an excellent idea. Teach this to inmates coming out. So and because we hopefully understand that most people who are in prison now are actually in there for most of them. I mean, the ones that have had to pay their time because they have done a crime for real. But from my understanding, there's a lot of people in prison these days who should not ever have even been put in there. But that's just my perspective. So being able to help people as they're coming out of prison establish themselves into the new world. And I really hope all prisons are emptied sooner than later, so that we understand that the system has created so many people that were in the wrong place at the right time. And those, again, we need to understand, what do we do with those who really caused a lot of harm? And I think we have to know that their souls will evolve, have to evolve. And I want to add to what Caroline was saying. What are we going to do? I do see myself, even though I'm retired now, going much back into the system and to combine my knowledge of leisure and the GANS knowledge and the plasma knowledge to bring this to a lot more people than what I've been doing up till now. So thank you for that little boost, Carolina.
Okay, thank you very much. We have Alex who had his hand up, and Alex, you have something you'd like to say?
Yeah, thank you very much, Rick. I just want to say that Caroline's question is really a big, big question. I think if I could just have a few minutes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Okay, you know, I had this problem years ago, actually it was 26 years ago exactly, and I was one of those Canadians looking for a cure for cancer, and then I met a man who taught me how to cure cancer, and what I had struggled with for 8 years was resolved in a matter of 3 to 8 weeks. And I thought, man, this is great. And I wanted to, I thought, wow, this is great. Here we are in Canada, and we had this opportunity. And then I found out that I wasn't allowed to have this product that helped me, and I wasn't allowed to tell anybody about it as well. And so we did a little bit more investigation, and we found out that in 1989, Canada had come out with another product that Gaston Masons had, and it's, as a Canadian, to this day, I'm not allowed to buy it. I have to go to Mexico to buy it. So I'm not making any commentary or whether to buy the product or not. That's not the point. The point of the matter is that this man was charged with murder because he had treated 145 terminal cancer patients, but two died, and so he was charged with murder. He was acquitted in December of 1989, and that was front page news in Sherbrooke, Quebec. And I thought myself pretty knowledgeable at that time as a Canadian. I was educated. I actually went to school. I knew how to speak English, and I knew that 2 and 2 was 4, and all the basic stuff. And I never heard about this, and I was really kind of upset about it. So, and then we found out that it had made it right up to the government level where Brian Mulroney allowed doctors to carry it, and then somehow what happened is the insurance was taken off, and there were 200 doctors prescribing this in Canada, and they all had to abandon this under threat of losing their license and, of course, being sued to high heaven. So that was 1989. The product that we were using was used in the FDA shut us down in 1993. So, you know, I started to realize that I was very fortunate that, you know, we eliminated cancer in our family, and since 1991, we haven't been worried about that. So now what I had to deal with was that I had a new knowledge. I knew that there were cures for cancer, having benefited from that, and I wanted to see how I could help other people. And then I found out that I wasn't allowed to do that. So this is why Carolyn's question is so absolutely important, is because what I had, and I was 40 years old at the time, and what I had learned for the previous 40 years, of course, was that I was a proud Canadian and that I had complete faith in the existing institutional systems, and that they had let me down. I lost my home, I lost my car, I lost my business, I lost everything, and, you know, and so what? And fortunately, you know, we were able to save the people involved with these health issues. So now we had to kind of live in a society where we had to kind of pretend that, you know, we don't have a cure for cancer, and that, you know, we have to spend all this money, and it's been going on to this day. And one of the things that I remember when in 1967, when Canada had its centennial year and there was a Trudeau in power, and I was a very proud Canadian. And I had a really, really great sense. This was 1967. I had a really, really great sense of the future. And I was looked at my parents, and I was just like, why are we doing this? What, you know, is this our life? Is this what we want? And as I went through school, and by the time I got to be 16, I had set my goals and aspirations. And all of these goals and aspirations, based on what I've seen with my parents and what I've seen with the people around me, I fully accomplished them by the age of 21. And when I got there, I had money in the bank, I had a car, I had a beautiful place to live, and I had a great job, and so what? And that was at 21. And then I thought to myself, well, gee whiz, you know, my parents have been trying to do this all their lives, and I did this in a matter of a few years. So there must be something more. And as I tried to carry on in the regular business life, and up until the time I was about 34, and then I lost my health. And once you lose your health, you understand that you lose everything. Like nothing really else matters. And to remind us of that, we had to pay, you know, over $200,000 in what's called extra billing. People don't understand about extra billing in Canada. Canada has a healthcare system. The U.S. is jealous of it. Meanwhile, this was what I paid in extra billing over and above what the public health care was providing. So, you know, and then I got a gift, and it was free. And the reason it was free was because I was not allowed to pay for it. And I thought that was kind of funny, because here was something that was absolutely valuable, and I wasn't allowed to pay for it. And yet something that had no value, which was the common treatments that they were doing for the medical, I had to pay. And so we find this all over the place. You know, and another example is a product like Red Bull that's being sold in every corner store. And I hate to mention their name, except that all the money goes to a single family in Thailand who has absolutely no scruples. So, you know, we don't see anything wrong with that. We don't have any outrage over that. This is a product that's being sold that actually has a track record of people dying from using it. We don't have that problem with our technology. And so what over the time, we've come to, well, I've come to realize anyway, that we're just really hamsters in a cage. And what Mr. Kesh has done is open the door to the cage. But now we've got a problem. The door is open, and many of us don't want to go out. And I can understand that, because at the age of 40, I had to reevaluate all the things that I believed in when I was 16. And when I was 16, all the values that my parents had given me, I had realized at 21. So, you know, I decided to continue and see if I could, you know, be successful in life, and find out, what does it mean to be successful? And then I found out really and truly that the earth is a wonderful place. It's a really wonderful place to be. And for some reason, there are people out there who don't agree with that and have done anything in their power to stop that. And they have gone so far as to actually not only cause, well, mayhem, murder, and all sorts of other deceit. You know, so, and then it hasn't been a lack of money, because last week, our Prime Minister, who is a Trudeau, gave $20 million to the Clinton Foundation, which is not a Canadian company. And Rick, did you authorize that?
Not that I recall, no.
No, I didn't either. And, you know, $20 million is a drop in the bucket. But if it's a drop in the bucket, I don't think the Clinton Foundation was missing that. I know a lot of people that are missing that and would love to have that. But, you know, as a Canadian, I'm outraged. And you know, now we have so many choices. What do we have to be outraged about? Do we have to be outraged about the truth about cancer? Do we have to be outraged about, you know, what Mr. Kesh is teaching us? Do we have to be outraged at the irresponsible spending of money? It is not a money issue. There's obviously money out there. If there's money to send it to the Clinton Foundation, well, gee whiz, can we send some money to some other Canadian foundation who is desperately in need of money? And it doesn't have to be us. I know a lot of women who are doing tremendous work. This money was supposedly for the betterment of women's issues. Anyway, I know there's a lot of women in Canada who are also doing the same thing, and they could use that money. And if we have $20 million to send to them, we might as well have an extra $20 million for us. I mean, there's really no excuse for it because it's only a drop in the bucket anyway. It comes out to about 60 cents per Canadian. So, you know, we should put it all down. It's less than a cup of coffee. We should all do that again and donate it to some woman sitting somewhere, maybe in Alberta or Saskatchewan or whatever. And, you know, just knock on the door and say, you know, here's $20 million. Would you like to go do something for somebody? You know, because I don't know what the Clinton Foundation is doing with it. But anyway, I don't want to digress. What I do want to say is that our sense of purpose has to be reevaluated. And I've had to go through that for the last 26 years. So what is really cool is that what had happened was that I had to figure out how to live on this planet, because what I had learned in school, you know, it wasn't working. They let me down. The whole thing had let me down. So now I found out. And then I found out that my friends didn't want to find out. They had no interest in it. And everybody who's listening on this site has gone through all sorts of grief and criticism. And, you know, it's why are you wasting your time, you know, doing this stuff? What else do you have the time for? I mean, this is the question we have to ask the Australian Prime Minister. What are you doing that is more important than what we're doing right now? You know, playing video games? I don't know. You know, do we have to watch your favorite soap opera? What is it that's more important than this? You know, we are in a fortunate position that we have a capability of fighting or working to achieve a peace. And where does that come from? That comes from a sense of purpose, and that comes from a will. That comes from a free will. And, you know, we have a situation on this planet where we've been brainwashed, and the door to the hamster cage is open, and the rules have changed. And now the fear that is gripping our humanity around the planet is actually the fear of the people who are controlling this planet, who are actually losing their grip. And you can see that by the urgency of their actions. So they are, because they have control of the media, that's exactly what they're doing. And, you know, we believe our media, so we believe there is a fear of the future. And so what Carolyn is saying, okay, well, what's going to happen now in the future? Well, I'm going to lose my job. Probably. Yes, you will. You know, what did we do before the onset of video games? I mean, I don't know what the percentage is of gamers that are out there, but there's a lot of them, and they're spending a lot of time. It's almost become an addiction. But, you know, then there's a lot of kids out there who are, I was talking to a police officer the other day, and I said, you know, there's 6 people dying of fentanyl poisoning every day in Vancouver, in Canada. No, he says, that's just Vancouver. You don't want to know the number of kids that are dying. These are our people that are dying from a drug that shouldn't even be administered. So, you know, we had $20 million go out the door and no money. I don't see any effort whatsoever to eradicate a problem, which I personally see as being a big problem. And I know that now we have the solutions to do that. So now what has happened for me personally is, you know, I have found a sense of purpose and I am proceeding with that. And so one of those responsibilities that I have is to make damn sure that I know what I'm talking about. And in order to do that, yeah, I got to invest the time. And how many people come to me and say, oh, you know, Alex, can you tell me in a couple of minutes, you know, what the Keshe thing is all about? I said, you know, gee whiz, no, sorry, I can't. I'm too busy. You know, I spent over 1,000 hours. I don't know, Rick, you're amazing. I don't even want to count the hours that you've spent. But you know who's really spent a lot of time? I think Mr. Keshe has spent a lot of time. And, you know, there are people who are putting it down and you know, what's going to go on their tombstone? Oh, you know, what I completed in my life is I was able to put down famous scientists or whatever. You know, what did I do in my life? Well, I destroyed this. I dropped the biggest bomb. You know, it took hundreds of years to build Rome and I destroyed it in 30 seconds. Yippee for me. You know, so what we have to really understand is that all of us have a responsibility. All of us now have an empowerment. It is not up to someone else to come across and say, well, this is what we're going to do for you. Well, I know what they're going to do for, you know, with respect to welfare. I got to go get an appointment to go get a check so that I can get a check for doing nothing. And that's what the welfare system is all about. That's not what we're about. What we're about is a proactive action, which is to make the planet a better place. And our planet is not an island. Our planet is part of the rest of the universe. And I don't hear anybody talking about that. You know, all we're talking about is our matter state little tiny planet. But our matter state little tiny planet matters a lot with respect to the rest of the universe. So how can we package this very nicely? And I think I have the answer. This is what I ask myself every single day. If at the end of the day, is the earth a better place for me having been here at the end of the day than it was in the morning? Get up in the morning. Is my being here going to make a difference to this planet? And is it going to be a better planet as a result of that? And I know there's thousands and thousands of people out there who cannot say yes to that answer. There are many days I can't say yes to that answer, and it disappoints me greatly. So I try again the next day. But this is my goal. And even, you know, a slight increment of an improvement is going in the right direction. You don't know which direction to go. It's very simple. Look at the extremes. You know, if you're going into the left and the left is an abyss, you know what? You got to go to the right if that's what you want. So it's a very easy, simple thing to do. Everybody can do it. Everybody has the capability of it. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to do it, but you do have to be a participant on this planet and a contributor somehow. And whatever we do, we interchange with. So if we want peace, we need to interchange with it. And if we don't want peace, just ignore it. I need to tell you that I have over 40 people sign the peace treaty. And people have asked me, oh, is that a petition? And no, it's not a petition. This is an agreement between you and the world. Agreement between you, your heart, and your ethics and the world. It's a peace treaty. And what we're asking for is for peace. And we can do this on a soul level. People who are mired in a matter state level really can't understand that because they don't have a nearness and proximity to that. So what we have to do is ask ourselves a question, are we doing whatever we're doing? Is what we're doing making a difference? Slightest difference, doesn't matter what it is. Just, is it making a difference, and is it going in a good direction? That's the question. And everybody can ask that question. So, you know, and I just want to say, Rick, you and the core group, and Carolyn, Mr. Kesh, and everybody else that's associated with it, fantastic job. You know, we've got something going, and there are thousands and thousands, if not millions of people out there who feel the same way. They just don't know how to go about it, and that is going to be a big job. So I'm looking forward to doing that. Thank you for listening.
Alex, may I ask you a question, is Caroline?
Sure.
Are you a teacher in our team?
No, I have I have been running some seminars over here because I've been trying to get into that situation. And
do you have time?
Do I have time?
Do you have time to become a teacher?
Absolutely.
A volunteer teacher, do you have time?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, please, can you sign up as a teacher for ethics?
I have already signed up. I mean, I have already been in contact with the person who's looking after the workshops.
Caroline's talking about the private teaching sessions that we do through the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute with the teachers of the KFSSI.
Oh, I didn't even know that was operational yet. I've been waiting. Sure, love it.
Yep, that's been operating the last couple of years as far as the private teachings goes and so on. And we're looking for more teachers to get involved with that. And like Caroline says, there's a need for the teaching of, call it ethics, or you know, about things you've been talking about, basically. So I think you would be a great teacher, Alex. You just need to dive in and do it, because you're teaching. You're giving workshops, correct? Or
well, I am giving workshops.
Seminars.
Yes, I am. But like where I got bogged down and in the German operation with Farhad there, I thought the workshops were going to go, and then you know. Carrie Ellis did a terrific job, and then you know I understand that Brett's in charge of the workshops or something like that. So all I've been told is to be patient, and that things will be organized. And you know, Mr. Kesh has asked us to sort of have a moratorium on this new advanced technology until August the 3rd, and I'm all in on that. But August the 4th, I'm all in on getting going, because I'm all out of waiting.
Yeah, I was told today that in September we'll have guidance from someone about the workshops. It'll be official, and we'll have the guidelines made by then. And
yes, he mentioned that
someone actually organizing the workshops, the official Keshe Foundation workshops.
Yes, Mr. Kesh mentioned that last week. So yes, I was aware of that. So.
There's a new logo, for example, that the official workshop people that are authorized by the Keshe Foundation will be able to show this special logo that incorporates the Keshe Foundation logo along with the official stamp on it for official workshop, or official, I think it's official workshop is the way that it's set up on the logo. So it'll be there'll be better guidelines, and be able to get people approved in a fast and efficient manner, and be able to get the workshops happening. It's coming. It's a little slow to get everything correct.
So I understand, but in the meantime, you know, I've been kind of being like a plant. you know, it doesn't look like it's growing, but it is maturing inside, and I'm trying to get myself ready because I am. I've been sending you love letters. You know that.
Absolutely, and Alex actually sends donations as well. He's very good with always putting some aside for the Kesh Foundation from his work. So appreciate that very much, Alex.
Okay, actually, if I may, I'm actually at work, and I would really like to follow up on Carolyn, your suggestion. And Rick, is it possible for you to guide me after
Yeah,
this?
sure, absolutely.
Thank you so much for letting me talk, and please keep up. I'll be back on tomorrow's session.
Right on. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Okay, it's getting to be a long session here, and I'm thinking, do we have a letter yet, or what's the latest on the letter? Do we have to have that put off for a while?
Actually, just about ready there. I probably made 5 more changes to the letter since I said something. But hopefully I got the last version up there, so I'm just going to check with everybody and make sure that's okay. And I should be right back.
Okay, great. Okay, so once we get the letter link up, and we should be good to go here. And that should be checked over in the next few minutes here. Any other comments?
We will be dropping out of Facebook here in a couple minutes.
Okay. And where will the, can we give out the link for the letter yet, or do we want to wait until it's complete?
I've made a web page that they can go to. Just give me one moment, and then so people don't accidentally download a version that's being changed.
Sure. Yeah.
Let me just change that so that people can't download it, but then I can give you the link so people can go there to see it.
CA says in the chat, I see in the live stream, I see only one way, the Kesh way. Plasma fields all around the whole planet. We need to build millions of them, one by one, and uplift the soul. All right, Vince says, okay, so that's a different, okay, never mind. Okay, I can show the website where it's,
I'm sorry, Rick, I abandoned you.
That's okay.
And just one more moment, Rick, I'll turn Facebook back on because this is important. Maybe it needed to go this 4 hours so that it turned off so that I could restart it and have this little part as a separate piece. But just a moment while I restart.
Did Alex accept it, Rick?
Yes, Carolyn. He's going to get in touch with me, and I'll get him set up with becoming a teacher.
Please, knowledge seekers, this is a call. We can use teachers in your own field, in your own expertise, as long and then you're all worried that you're going to lose jobs. We're creating, everyone is going to create more jobs. Is the letter finished? Because I missed quite a lot.
Not quite. They're just working on the last minute detail, and the link's about to be given out here. I'm showing the actual page now that the peace letters sits on, and you can see that it reads, people of the earth are ready for peace. We need to make the world leaders understand that we accept peace, and they are obliged to accept peace as the leaders of the people. The Earth Council, Universal Council, and core team have prepared a letter to send to the world leaders. Download the PDF, fill it out for your nation, and send it to your world leader. And there's the download link. And we're just about ready to go live with that now.
Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow. Have you seen that nice picture about, which is on our website in black? And I cannot bring
the peace treaty, you mean, that's on the black background?
No.
Oh.
No. It's a picture. It's a picture and the writing is on it. I posted it out. Let me see if I can find it somewhere in the messengers. If it's gonna come up. It's a nice picture which says the foundation is the place where you
Hello, Caroline, are you still there?
learn
Sorry, we can't hear you, Caroline.
everything about the soul or something. I can't.
Sorry, can't get a connection there with what you're saying. Hello, Caroline. I think Caroline's maybe dropped there. Okay, we'll have to wait for her to come back.
Okay, I think it's been authorized by at least a few people from the teams there, so I will upload that and make it live so people can download from that site.
Okay, perfect. So I'll take, a couple of minutes to do that now? Is that the idea? Or does it take a while to go through? So people can know go ahead.
I was just about to say, you can refresh that page now and should be able to download it.
Okay, this is at the kfssi.org/peace-letter.
I do want to make people aware that in order for the form fills to go through, please save it first and then edit the document, or else the changes won't be saved.
Oh, I see. So it looks like all the highlighted elements of the document can be changed, basically. Is that the way it goes?
Yeah, you can just erase what's in there and put in the information that you want, and then it will print out in that information, as long as you save it to your computer first, like I said.
Okay, good.
Did you want to read it from the top again, Rick, please?
Okay. All right. Starts out Your Excellency or Your Highness and Your Excellency's name. We, the members representing the Earth Council, Universal Council, and core team of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, by teaching new technology and creating new opportunities for peace over the past 12 years, have given a new opportunity for mankind to choose the path of peace. Our objective is world peace, and its urgency is obvious now more than ever before. We request all peace-loving world leaders and the represented people to join us to establish world peace. For this reason, we cordially invite you and all the world leaders to gather in Haifa, in the state of Israel, at the seat of the Universal House of Justice, which has been built for this purpose by the collective effort of citizens of all the nations of this planet. The designated dates for the signing of the peace treaty by the world leaders is to be on the 2nd and 3rd of August 2017. As a very large portion of humanity has now evolved from and beyond primitive, brutal behavior, it is time for leaders like yourself to take the initiative for peace. As country, replaced with country, is a peaceful nation, what need is there for huge expense on armed forces? All military expenditure is actually a waste of taxpayers' money. Country here has no need for aggressive behavior. We citizens of this nation are peaceful and happy by nature. It is time for change from from war to peace. This is fundamental and necessary now. If this is your wish, it is ours also. To this end, we invite you to Haifa, Israel, on the 2nd and 3rd of August 2017, along with other leaders and dignitaries from around the world, where you can sign the World Peace Treaty on behalf of your nation, and commit your nation to disarm and create an atmosphere of peace on this planet. A copy of the World Peace Treaty for you to sign is attached. There are better economic alternatives now available for immediate development through new technologies. These technologies provide vast new investment and employment opportunities that far exceed what has existed to date, at a fraction of the cost and complexity. Based on plasma science, a completely new era of peace and prosperity is opening up to all mankind. I know you are a good and kind-hearted soul, engaged in an outdated and failing status quo. Here lies an unprecedented opportunity. Be one of the first leaders to seize this opportunity. Your name will then live on into the future of our children and grandchildren as the Prime Minister, President, King. Please consider this request written with the pen of our soul to your soul and respond with positive action. Yours quarterly, Earth Council, Universal Council, the core team of the KFSSI. Please respond to this invitation by the 27th of July, 2017. Email to peace@theearthcouncil.org. Whether your Honorable Majesty, Excellency, Holiness, personally or your appointed representative will honor the invitation. Okay, I'm just trying to scroll down here. And the World Peace Treaty, I, as the President, Prime Minister, Ruler, King, Emperor, Sultan of the nation, from this moment on, except for my nation, to lay down all tools of aggression and war. My nation shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war in this territory or any other territories or in space. To this my nation agrees and swears to. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to your nation, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And this is the peace blueprint for humanity. No need for arms to kill, a need for arms to feed. Leaders of the world, use your arms to sign for peace. Okay, and this again is available on the let's see again.
I also added a link on the main KFSSI webpage so that people can get to it right from the main kfssi.org page.
So they can get it directly from the main page. Okay, so. Must be that one.
Vince?
No, it's not. Can you show me where the link is? Was that the link?
Can you share the screen?
Oh,
I can't
sorry.
see. Yes, Caroline?
I found what would be beautiful maybe to attach next to our web link. I don't know if it's possible. I wanted to bring it forward as a screen share, but I see Rick. If I may jump in front of you, Rick.
Okay, go ahead.
Just 1 second. You can see it.
Okay.
I don't know if this could be displayed somewhere near. I think we can wait till tomorrow to have everybody's vote on this. But I think this is a very beautiful expression of what the Keshe Foundation is standing for.
I think I was going to use that as a widget so that it's on the rest of our pages on the right-hand side. So that's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. You read my mind.
Can you send me that one though? Because it looks good on that screen size.
Where do you want me to send it, Vince?
That's okay. I'll talk to you after. Thank you.
Okay.
So for the link,
it's on the kfssi.org webpage.
Okay, are we going to change it on the main page too then, or because
Can
it
you
goes
post
to the
it?
world? It goes to the World Peace Treaty.
Can you post it in the chat tool, please, Vince, the link? Can you post it in the link too, Rick or Vince, please, in the chat room?
Yeah, I posted the link.
Oh, I see
Thank you,
there.
team. You've really been working very hard behind the screens. To all of you who've been working in the background, I will tell you a secret, but maybe it had to happen this way, but this was my best birthday gift I ever received in my life. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday.
Not much of a secret now, is it? Happy birthday, Caroline. Didn't know.
I just saw it in front of me going 0000. I said, and it's gonna come out 1, 2, 3 seconds or minutes after. I said, this is the best gift I could receive today. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday.
Okay, so we can see the link. We can see the link on the KFSSI page here.
You got to share the screen, Rick.
Oh. So we see the link here. I think we should make it a little bigger perhaps, because I didn't even see it, and I went to the bottom of the page trying to find the link.
Yeah, I'll make something on the right that's a lot easier to see, but that's just a quick link
Okay.
for now because there's no other links to it.
Right, so people can see the letter to world leaders is available. See our peace page for details, and that's the link. You click on that, and it takes you to the peace letter page where you can download the PDF. Great. And that's at kfssi.org/peace-letter. For those who want to go direct. Okay, what else do we need to finish up with here? We should end we should end this session soon here.
Yeah, I think we've been going for quite a while. The goal was to get the peace letter up and available for the public. So now I'm sure that there's going to be a lot more work now that it's available to the public, because there's going to be a lot of translations that are going to be available, and we'll want to put them up there as well. So I look forward to that.
Okay, very
It's already
good.
out and circulating. It's launched.
Yep. All right. If there's no other last minute comments or instructions.
Actually, I did have one more comment because we did receive a contribution expertise form from what we did this morning, and I wanted to thank the person for putting in that form because we definitely need that area of expertise. So thank you for listening, and thank you for putting in the form.
That's good. We get results from our requests. Thank you. All right. I'm going to wrap up today's session. Thank you, everybody, for attending once again. The Keshe Foundation Blueprint for Peace. I'll stick up the volunteer picture here so we can see that at the end. We have the World Peace Treaty set up here as well. That's the personal one. And we can end it with that, I guess. So again, thank you everybody for attending today. And we'll be broadcasting once again tomorrow at the 10 a.m. Central European Time, and again at 2 p.m. Central European Time. And I think that's it for today. Okay, I'll end the live stream.
One more thing, Rick, I think you forgot to mention, and I don't know if I'm mixed up in days, but I believe you also have the plasma reactor group tonight, do you not?
Well, that's true. I have the plasma since it's Tuesday, and every Tuesday for the last 4.5 years or whatever it's been, I do the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group. People are willing to have people show up there and show what you have, or if you have questions and whatever you want to bring to the table, we address.
It's
So
more. I see it as more of a relaxed atmosphere to bring your ideas forward, and everybody is able to talk about it. I know that we've had some really long discussions on some really key topics, and it keeps going. And there's always lots of good information being brought out in the Plasma Reactor Group. So thank you for hosting that every single week for many years.
You're welcome, and people can access that. I put the link each week on my Facebook. It's Rick Crammond Facebook, as well as the usual or some of the usual links in Facebook and whatnot for the Keshe Foundation. So, and that starts at 10 p.m. Pacific time, which is 7 a.m. Central European Time on Wednesday. It's actually 10 p.m. on Tuesday Pacific Time, that is, and that makes it 7 a.m. Central European Time. And we usually go for 2 or 3 hours. It'd be probably 2.5 hours tonight because of the broadcast that occurs not too long after that. Okay. Is that it then?
Yeah, thanks, Rick.
Everybody happy? Very good. Okay, we'll end the live stream.
Yep. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, team in the background. Thank to all of you knowledge seekers to be present. I'm already sending it out wherever I can. I hope you do the same.
And
Good
thank
luck.
you to Caroline for your hard work and diligence and perseverance and so on. You're a good example to everyone to keep at it. Thank you so
We're
much.
staying at it.
Yeah.
We're staying at it with love and care. We're all one big family. We have to look after each other and take care of each other.
Mm-hmm. And that's a big part of
Love
it,
you all.
is just showing up for things, Okay.
Never know what that leads to.
Yeah.
You never know. Thank you, T.
Well,
Cut you
You're
off
wonderful.
there.
And to all the
Okay,
Universal
well, the live
Council,
stream has ended.
thank you. Bye-bye.
We know it leads to peace. Thank you.
Thanks again, guys. It was a good broadcast. Thanks for hanging in there.